crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. It's everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick. What's going on?
Hi.
Hello.
Every time I look at the camera, it's in a weird new position. Hello.
Do you need some help, Nick?
I don't know. Maybe. It's all wrapped around. Hello.
What in the world?
Just keep that up. Put Nick on ISO cam.
Hi.
Good grief.
Nick, your
Spinning
mic's not even on right now.
No, it's on.
Oh, okay.
I
You're just so
wasn't
far away.
speaking into it.
Spinning around again.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
This is good.
How are you, Happer?
Hey,
Hi, Happer.
I'm very good. Very good.
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 I'm tired.
Ditto.
Why are you so tired?
Well, I was up late last night celebrating championship.
Oh,
I
you
don't
weren't
know.
in the photo. Did you tweet? Did you take the photo that you tweeted out, or did I just not find you?
I took that. I wasn't in.
Okay, I was playing Where's Happer? And
Yeah,
I
I
was
took
like,
that.
where is
I
he?
was in some pictures. I don't know if I don't know where they'll end up being.
Yeah,
I took some pictures at some point.
don't know where photos will
But
end
you
up
don't
being.
remember
Yeah.
where the photos were. Okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
they'll be somewhere.
Okay.
But yeah, got home late
Yeah.
and then did a podcast. And
Oh.
then
Now you're on.
now
The
I'm
air.
on the radio.
Yeah,
As I have been for 4 hours.
you've done a great job.
Thank you, Josh.
I liked the new segment today where people email in or text in their opinions.
I have an opinion.
I have an opinion. What
Yeah.
a new great idea for a segment.
Well, my challenge was to people to find to have an opinion on the fact that Nebraska is selling beer at Memorial Stadium.
Mm.
Or
Yeah.
will approve this. And I didn't think that people could come up with many, and they just ended up texting in opinions about other things.
Yeah. Yeah. John, what do you think? You've long thought about opinions related to alcohol. Do people care about this anymore in a
No.
negative capacity? I think that was Happer's main take, right?
Correct.
Oh, of course, there's always going to be people that don't like it. That's not going to change. But
Will there be though? Or is there?
oh, sure, of course there will. Now, will it be like
You don't like it? Don't drink. Problem
right?
solved.
Right, but I mean, there'll be folks who won't be happy because of what it represents more than anything else.
What does it represent?
And there will probably be
Delinquency
incidents in the stadium. I mean, there is.
already is.
Right, but
Your description
but-
of someone puking was very funny.
but what will happen is whatever incidents that are there or are perceived to be there will always be blamed on, well, that's because they added alcohol to the stadium.
That's
Not realizing that there's been alcohol in that stadium for probably as long as that stadium has
Generations
existed.
and generations, John.
It's just not sold in the stadium.
That's
Mhm.
right.
Mhm. Flask sales are about to plummet.
They might.
Oh,
I
interesting.
just
That's an opinion. This is bad for the flask industry.
what I look forward to are the urine bombs that fall from the South Stadium, not because they're trying to replicate Colorado fans, but because that's the only way they'll be able to go to the
Not
bathroom.
enough
up there.
bathrooms. They have a whole line.
People forget
of,
about the bathroom situation.
They have a whole line of porta potties in the southwest, not southwest entrance down the tunnel, and it
Mhm.
basically leads you straight out of the field.
Yeah.
They have a gigantic bank of porta potties right there.
Oh, do they?
Still people lined up.
They
like
porta
porta
potties
potties
in
in
the
the
stadium.
stadium, yes.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
I didn't, but I'm not shocked by it.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
Oh yeah.
Well, as you know, the South Stadium is top
Correct.
top of the line in terms of modern amenities.
It's a great stadium.
And yet some people think it's a good idea to just, oh, no, we just need to keep it.
I don't even know what the real bathroom options are in South Stadium. There can't be.
There
are.
is
They
actual.
have those little huts.
It's like it's
Restrooms.
the buildings that are down
Yeah,
there.
little
that-
buildings,
Yeah,
yeah.
they have like, it's like one side is like the concessions, and then the
so
other side is
apparently
the bathroom.
that wasn't doing it, so they decided to add several dozens of porta potties.
Oh, that's
I
exciting.
think they should add porta potties to like the top row of the South Stadium so that those people sitting up there can just,
because it takes you 15 minutes to get down, and if you have to wait in line, that's like a half hour.
or they should put a bathroom in the camera tower up there in the South Stadium.
yes, they should.
And then people can just climb up the ladder. I got to go to the bathroom.
I always wonder about those guys. How do those guys go to the bathroom? They're in their tower the whole game.
I bet they have a gamer catheter. We've talked about this
A
before.
gamer
don't look
catheter?
at me like that. We've talked about this before. You
I
have
don't
a gamer
remember that.
catheter.
Yeah, I don't recall
Yeah.
this.
It's where you get like a bottle. and
Well,
you
I
have a
mean, I
tube.
understand. I think what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what a
just-
catheter is.
You go pee pee and it.
out of your wee wee.
Yeah.
Yes. Good job.
You just have to sit there.
What kind of video games are you playing where you can't afford to get up for 2 minutes?
John,
Call
it's
of
not about
Duty.
the game. It's about the people playing the game.
Yeah, they're weirdos.
Well, I understand that, but weirdos or not, what kind of a game? A, you've got a pause button, and B,
Not if you're
the
online,
game-
John.
the
Online,
game-
John.
No, okay, that
the
is
game
an old thing.
ends. There is. I'm sorry, but
Not if you play online, John. You can't pause it if you're online.
Yeah, then you'll lose,
Yeah.
John.
so are these like marathon games that never end?
Marathon?
Well, so okay, say you're playing Call of Duty.
Yeah, John.
And
Say you're playing Call of Duty.
online. You play a game at the last 10 minutes, and
Yeah.
then you have maybe a couple minutes break before the next game starts up again.
Ooh,
Instead
pee
of
during
being a
that time.
normal person and leaving the lobby to go pee and then coming back and getting into a new lobby, say you don't want to leave the lobby you're in because you're better than everybody
You don't have to
else
leave the
in that
lobby.
You don't have to
You
leave
have
the
to
lobby.
leave the
You just
lobby.
sit there.
Sit in the lobby.
Yeah, you sit in the lobby while you squat in the toilet.
Lobby boys.
Some games kick you out now if you're inactive for too long because they don't want people to grind experience and stuff.
Grind experience.
Yeah, so they can unlock things without having to do anything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Catch
Thus-
me never having a gaming catheter.
No,
I-
definitely not.
Put it on the guarantees
I-
list.
I'm
Okay.
not
I will never
saying
have I will never have a gaming catheter.
Nick,
gaming
will you?
catheters are disgusting. No,
But
no,
Oh, okay.
there's no but. It's
so there's
gross.
going to be a but.
Go to the
I,
bathroom.
I use it once a week.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Go to the bathroom.
What about for
Just
marathons,
get up and
Josh?
go to the
How do
bathroom.
you go pee?
You just pee yourself, right?
No. Knock on wood. During a race, I've not had to go.
Now
I do
that
have-
is some good proper hydration.
That is. But what about other people that you've run
They go
Wait.
to porta potties.
porta
There are lots of
potts or
porta potties all over the course.
in a forest or just pee yourself? Do you think the people who are so locked in just piss themselves?
I mean, it's probably happened before. When my
Yeah.
dad ran New York a decade ago,
He
he
peed
said
himself?
he said that they got off the first bridge and there was a woman who ran over to the wall of a building and pooped.
Oh,
So that'd be a bummer if that happened. But no, I
Oh.
try my best to have the right amount of water and
Oh, yeah.
go to the bathroom as late as possible, and then I start the
Hey,
race.
it's you got to game that thing, man. Like,
Yeah, I don't want to stop.
I it happens to me every time I do PA for women's basketball. Like I all of a sudden I start to feel like I have to pee, and it's
Yeah.
like the
it's like going to a
first
movie.
quarter,
Yeah.
and I'm like
Yeah.
I'm here all the way through. I can't get up.
And you can't get up even during the half.
I can't
can
get
you?
up at halftime.
Oh
either.
man, that's a
No,
bummer.
like occasionally if there's not a halftime thing going, like I have probably 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's like impossible.
That's why it's really nice when you are at a football game, if you're in the announcer's booth and it's like Nebraska, where, and Brandon brought it up last week, the Keith Jackson
toilet.
Memorial Toilet.
Yep.
It's nice having that right there
Mhm.
because then you don't have to get in line, not to deal with people. When I was in Minneapolis the first time this season, the analyst of the game that I was working, he had this very loud suit on. And then I went in the bathroom during halftime, and the Minnesota Scribes were talking trash about this guy's suit. I wanted to be like, I should go get Kyle
Yeah.
Rudolph, and he'll come in here and whoop your
Oh,
ass.
former Minnesota
Yeah,
Viking
he was
Kyle
very,
Rudolph.
He was very tall,
Wow.
very tall. Yeah, they were talking trash to this man,
Damn.
but he
About
wasn't
his
there.
suit?
About his suit.
Where does Kyle?
Did
where,
they do the same thing to Lindsey Nelson back in the day? He used to have some wild ass suits.
I don't know, John. I wasn't there.
Where did
for
Kyle
that.
Rudolph go to college?
Penn State, right?
Penn State.
Yeah, I think so. It was
Yeah, I
either there or
believe-
Maybe
Notre
that's
Dame.
why they were talking junk on him.
It was a very loud
The
suit.
Minnesota Penn State rivalry.
It was a very loud suit.
Yeah.
I liked it. I thought it was a cool suit. I was a fan.
You thought about getting one?
Well, probably couldn't afford his suit. He's also very big. He's a tall man.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to. You would get your size
It'd
of
be
the
my
purple
size.
suit.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yes, exactly.
Anyway,
Yeah. Joe in Vegas has chimed in on Nick Grimm
okay.
or Nick Grimm's people.
Yeah.
My God, this generation is such a loser generation to
They
where it's
are.
more important to play a dumb game than go to the bathroom.
I don't think it's a this generation thing
Hmm.
because I
no, it is.
no
Yeah.
my
You
girl,
can fight this battle.
Yeah, we have him for another 4 hours today, Happer.
the girlfriend I had in high school. Her
Oh,
dad
former girlfriend.
liked to play games. He was famously not a millennial.
Oh, interesting.
He was a Gen
X?
Xer.
Oh.
And he had a gaming catheter.
He would pee in bottles
What the hell is wrong with these people?
in his office. He had his office
go
where
to
his games
the
were. And he would just
bathroom.
pee in bottles.
And that was before online, wasn't it? Or was he doing this for online mode?
Online existed when I was in high school.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't understand it. How does it
People
work?
have problems, John.
you're-
It's an addiction.
Yeah, but
That's true,
an
John.
addiction,
but
You
you're
John.
forget about
but
addictions.
your generation loves the Taco Bell. You'd think that stuff's going right through you.
Well, again, we're not weak.
What do you mean weak? You gotta poop. You gotta poop.
Yeah, Taco Bell
generation loves the
doesn't. Taco Bell doesn't do that to me or anyone else I know.
Oh, that's right. Nick always talks about how he has an iron stomach.
His
Yeah.
guts have
When
mutated
it comes
because
to
he's
Taco
had
Bell.
so much Taco
Apparently
Bell.
so.
I think that's what it is. I think the Taco Bell mutated me.
So what would happen if you ate like good food? What do you think you'd throw up everywhere?
No,
Oh,
I've had
interesting.
good food. I think I just get the best of both worlds. I can eat anything.
Otson points out that John's generation didn't use a catheter. They took a break from Pong to pee. Yeah, to be fair, John, you are from an different
John,
generation.
Whatever happened when you got in the middle of a really sick Pong run? Did you have to?
Well, the best part was once the point was done.
It just ended. And you,
Well, when the point was done, you could just say, "Hey, I got to run to the bathroom," and then the next serve you'd serve after you get back. So it was easy.
it was up to you.
But if Pong was online, you would have a gaming catheter.
No,
SEAL Team Nick says Nick is the definition of weak.
I don't think so. I
Also,
think he's weaker.
He did go to Notre Dame. A lot of people are responding right now saying,
Oh,
You
you
went
guys
to
were
Notre Dame?
Yeah.
You guys looked at me so weird.
Well, I
Yeah,
thought
I
he
said
went.
Notre
God,
Dame.
I thought he went to Penn State.
Yeah. Or did you say Notre Dame?
I didn't say
I
anything.
said Notre Dame,
I asked
yeah.
the question.
Yeah. Jordan says, real big of those Minnesota scribes making fun of someone's loud outfits considering who their head coach is.
Oh,
PJ Fleck.
Hey, you have to like Minnesota now.
Well, PJ doesn't have
Go
loud
Gophers.
outfits. He
No,
just,
he just wears a quarter zip.
all
really
the time.
tight pants. though.
Yeah,
Very tight pants.
yeah,
and he
just-
runs a lot.
Yeah, he loves running.
He
You love
looks like
PJ.
one of those stock market bros,
Oh, nice.
Kind of.
but dressed in Minnesota clothes.
Minnesota!
Yeah, John, you should do loafers and tight pants this year.
Oh, John,
Yeah,
that'd be a
no.
great
Yeah.
look.
No,
Yeah.
it wouldn't.
John, you look so good.
No, I would not.
Okay.
I am the last person to be wearing that kind of stuff.
Okay.
yeah, you probably are. You actually might be the last person.
I'm close.
Yeah.
I'm right up there.
Venmo Chris points out there's literally been mass online gaming since the 90s. MMO players have been pissing in bottles for decades.
Fair enough.
There you go.
People just like to piss in bottles.
Yeah,
Nice.
but I feel like the gaming catheter takes it to the next level.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
yeah.
does. Absolutely.
That's you.
But that way you don't have to pick up the bottle. You can just, keep it there.
oh, so you're saying it's a good thing that this exists?
No.
Mm.
I'm explaining why it exists.
How do we get on the subject of catheters?
Talk
Oh,
about
South Stadium.
Yeah, South Stadium.
Again, I think they should just put some porta potties up there. What a great visual that would make, too.
What if they just ripped out a whole section and just put only porta potties in the section?
Exactly. I think it'd look great.
Just do the pan across the stadium.
At that stadium, you just see all these
Potty
blue
section.
porta potties.
Reduce capacity by 5,000 and put in like 1,000 porta potties.
But can you imagine the game's going poorly and someone gets mad, they tip over the
Oh,
porta potty,
no.
and there's crap and pee going all over the stands? That'd be bad, Nick.
I have a question that'll
Well,
make me
maybe
sound-
that would get them off their ass and actually do
Well,
something
the
right
South
with the stadium.
is already
true.
in disarray.
Exactly.
I mean, like, just,
Can it get much worse?
exactly. Dump poop.
Nick has a
over.
question. I want to hear this.
It's going to make me sound both dumb and pretentious at the same time.
Awesome.
Amazing.
These are your questions.
I famously had not been to a college football game in my life before the other day. when
Yeah,
I was
you
in
were
the suite.
offended because they cheered.
People
I
forget.
noticed that all the seats except mine were benches. Is that normal?
For college stadiums,
That
it is.
sounds.
That is very
I
pretentious.
hate that.
Well, it's old stadiums.
Yeah,
All
most of
the
these
seats
old
except mine.
stadiums.
Yeah.
No,
Lambeau Field's like this.
I
knew
mean,
it was
I
gonna sound
understand you're
pretentious.
looking
I
down
was
your
look at-
nose up there.
No. Yeah.
Oh, look at my wonderful. I
Oh.
have 2 armrests up
But-
here.
It's interesting. That,
More brownies.
it's
Yeah.
interesting that
Brownies.
baseball fields don't have all benches. Like I know there are sections that have benches, but those are seats. Why can't football fields just?
Baseball's
seats?
not much of
Well-
a stand up and shout.
You got to
crowd.
remember that a vast majority of these college stadiums were built in the 20s and 30s.
Before
Yeah.
seats existed. Before chairs.
Before the chair back, before it was the idea to put in chair backs.
But you know what? I mean, this is a good
You know,
question,
it's
Nick.
It's the Depression too, so they were trying to get it done as
People
cheap as
forget.
possible.
But
Fair.
here's the thing, though, Nick. we have had many conversations on this show about putting in real seats, but then some fans get mad because they don't want the stadium to lose capacity. Because you'd have to do that if you put in chairs for the whole.
Oh no, we'll be too close to Purdue's capacity. We don't want to be like that.
People care about their sellout streak so much, this would only help it.
Excellent point. Your lips to God's ears, Nick.
Yep.
Good call.
You know what? I'm pro seats in stadiums.
Good take, Nick.
Well, nobody builds a new stadium without seats.
Jacob says, welcome to your worst nightmare, the redneck South End Zone. Yeah, full of porta potties.
Oh my God.
Listen, y'all, I gave you a great idea for a sports book, a parking garage, cabanas. You don't want to do it, so porta potties.
It's porta potty time.
Yep.
This is what we've come to.
That'd be so funny. What a look. Somebody Photoshop this. Somebody out there who's a Photoshop.
Just take a picture of South Stadium, take out a whole section, and just put porta potties.
Awesome.
The whole thing.
I love this.
Can you imagine what it'd be like at the end of the season when you're emptying those suckers out? You're just snaking a big old hose down.
Can you imagine having the seats next to the porta potties? Smell like ass the whole game. It smells like poop over here.
Or you could make, like, what if
the wind comes in from the south?
I'm imagining the porta potties face the field.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
The
So
doors.
the
The doors face But here you're sitting there, and maybe you find some like two-way glass or something like that, and you can just
the reverse glass. It's not like here, how people can see in, but we can't see out.
Yeah.
You have it the correct way.
See, it doesn't have to be that redneck.
Well, there are public. I think it's Japan has this. There are these public toilets just out in the street that come up from the ground, and it's like a two-way glass situation to where if you're sitting down on the pot, you can see out, but people can't see.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Yeah.
Get that.
That exists. We have the technology.
Oh wow! Yep. Here's a photo. Look at that. Wow, that's
pretty
weird.
sick porta potties.
Yeah.
Actually, they could sell tickets to the porta potties. Probably. You want to talk about making money?
Oh man, could you imagine that though? Some guys are like, man, I really got to go, and he's pounding on the doors. Like, nope, this is mine.
My seat.
Ticket.
I will
This
say,
is my porta potty.
I do appreciate the advancement in porta potty technology we've had over the last 10 years.
What have we had?
Porta potties 10 years ago didn't have the little urinal offshoot to the side.
What? Yes, they did.
Well, not the ones I was using at concerts. They didn't have that at concerts that I would go to.
Well, the outhouse at the farm doesn't count.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ring, ring, ring. No, those are not new. Those have been around for years.
They are more spacious now, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
They'll find some that are. A
But
little
think
bigger.
about it. I mean, it's already the corn huskers, and back in the day, they used to use corn cobs, instead of.
That's true.
Interesting.
I still remember
Dave
when
Weber.
my mom told me that for the first time.
What did they use corn cobs for? Wiping?
TP.
Oh, ouch! Ouch town. Population you, bro.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
That's a odd
Yeah.
image.
And then you're wasting corn.
What's that?
Well, you're just the
It's just
cob.
field
no.
corn.
It's after you've
Oh.
you've dekernelled the
Oh,
corn.
okay.
Yeah, the only things
cob.
the only things missing out on the cob are cows, because that gets ground up and fed to cows if they're corn fed.
Now they'll get a little extra protein.
Oh no!
What about in the new stadium? They just we don't have a bathroom problem anymore because they've put toilets underneath everybody's seat. There's a toilet per seat. So everybody who buys a seat buys a
I think
toilet.
we're just getting close to gamer catheter again. I think we're just going full circle.
One seat, one toilet.
Imagine selling that 1-to-1 person to toilet ratio.
Yeah, but who's going to be? Someone's going to have to go, and it's going to be at a critical moment of the game, and you're going to get all the fans. How come you're not standing?
What if it's third down and they go? Nate Rohr goes, "Everyone, flush your toilet."
Well, then we'd have a major water pressure issue.
There's 5 seconds left in the game, and it all comes down to Nebraska to make a field goal. Everybody's quiet except for.
Oh. How about this email that just the second line is seriously F Tom Osborne for so many different reasons. That's the email that all of the zone just received from Thomas.
Wow.
Thomas it's an article with a link to the booze stuff. Seriously, F Tom Osborne for so many different reasons. Glad this is happening.
Wow.
Okay.
Apparently, Josh told people that Osborne died today. Is that what I heard on the show?
No. Don't say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that sounds
Don't
like.
put on the internet that he said that.
Yeah.
Don't put
my
it on
bad.
the
I
internet,
must have
please.
misunderstood it.
You did.
No, he was just on a flight to San Francisco.
Chance, stand up and flush.
It's gone so
I'm just
crazy.
saying, we're looking for the next new stadium innovation.
Yeah.
It's bathroom.
First it was that big screen. Now it's a toilet for every seat.
It's just toilet to human ratio.
Tubs.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all we're talking about here.
Nice.
The more toilets you can get per person, the better.
I do like toilets.
I feel like if you're sitting on a toilet seat for 4 hours, everyone's going to get hemorrhoids, though.
Or numb legs.
Or their legs will go numb.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Then the game's over and everyone's like trying to stumble out of this thing.
I guess that's another
I can't feel my leg.
I guess that's another NIL stadium sponsorship opportunity for Preparation H.
Jeff says, thank you, Mr. Yogurt, for the porta potties. Thank you, Yogurt. This guy has come in and just done all sorts of stuff.
Yogurt is moving.
He doesn't care about anyone's opinion.
Yogurt
about
really
things.
does get things moving along.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Yogurt.
Yeah.
Shout out to this guy. Other athletic directors came
He
up with
took
a
some
billion
time.
excuses.
He took some time. He was like, I'm not really sure yet. And then once he figured it out, he's like, yeah, we're doing stuff.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It took Trev over a year to fire Frost. Meanwhile, Yogurt's given us beer in 6 months.
It's true.
Shout out to that man.
Well, but it's the regions.
Yeah, but why did they do it now? Why didn't they do it under, cup of coffee and pie in the third row, man?
Well, I think it was the fact that Nebraska would have been the last school, so it's like, oh, we better get this done so we don't have to carry this forever. I still remember when we were when Connor and you and I were walking into the stadium for the Colorado game, and we were walking next to these Colorado fans, and they were like, "What do you mean? There's no beer in the stadium?"
Yeah,
and I
Nice.
said, "Yep."
they were very confused.
Pretty much the last ones in this league not to have it. No kidding. Really? They thought we were crazy.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, they're going to have it next year.
Now it does.
Well, it's
Starting
too late.
to make sense.
It's too late for those Colorado fans.
Yep. Sorry, Colorado fans.
Unless they just want to come back here and watch us again.
Riley says,
Their
if
Coach
Yogurt
Prime
makes
jerseys.
Nebraska a Modelo school, we got to build him a statue outside the stadium.
Oh, it's Modelo time.
the
Why
first
does
Modelo school.
Why does it need to be a Modelo school?
I think people like Modelo.
You got something
I
against
like
Modelo?
Modelo.
Modelo's good.
I'm not. I'm just curious.
Throw a little slice out lime in there.
Mm.
Modelo.
Do you have to do that with every Mexican beer?
No, you don't have to. Not a requirement, but it does taste.
You're not
better
going to
when
get
you do.
arrested if you
I
don't
think
do it,
every
John.
beer could use a lime.
No,
Every-
I disagree.
That's not true.
Poll question: could every beer use a lime?
Not every beer.
Every, like, your Busch
Every
Lights, Coors
game.
Lights,
Oh,
those kind of
Coors
domestic
Light
beers.
with a lime.
I bet Coors Light with a lime would be good.
Never tried.
I haven't either.
Can't say definitively if that'd be bad, but I think
I
it
like
would.
Coors Light. I like limes. That's all I need.
Chance quoting Josh Otson earlier.
Yes.
T.O. is no more. Direct quote. Wow, Otson.
Jeez.
Come on, Otson.
Supposed to verify that with two sources.
Yeah,
Somebody asked, as the results of the news this morning, somebody asked just where Tom is.
Yeah.
And I asked the question, and then Josh said a variety of things,
Interesting.
none of which resemble what you just said.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
All right.
That's good.
It is good. Can't have that.
No.
What?
Just the way you said that, you can't have that.
Can't have that.
Yeah. Well,
Cannot have
it'll happen someday, Happer. That's life.
Yeah, but you can't have somebody saying that
Oh,
it has
yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
It has not happened.
Yeah.
That's all.
I'm not going to read this email from John about Osborne. I'll just keep that one to myself. But it was a little funny. Odson. That's what he said.
That's what he said.
What did he say?
He said, I merely said T.O. is rolling in his grave at the news.
It's an expression.
I don't think he said that either.
It's a metaphorical grave.
I've never heard that expression used for a living person.
Maybe we should
It's a
start
new
doing
bit.
that.
It's a new bit. I've heard that. There's a
I've
bit.
never heard
They're
that.
rolling. It's just like how people say R.I.P. about somebody for being injured.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. People
Right,
say, yeah.
but usually you use that because
Normalize grave rolling.
There you go.
I don't
Nice.
never heard it used that way, but either way.
By the way, a lot of people reaching out saying Happy New Year. I think they really enjoyed
Really?
our porta potty conversation.
We had some great ideas.
I just want to see the visual of all these blue porta potties. Al's John's.
Jordan says the scarlet and the cream and poop.
Well, eventually, John, they'd have to have an official porta potty provider of Nebraska
Huskers,
Athletics.
yeah.
This is like the old days when there used to be 18 radio broadcasts.
Yeah.
There's 18 porta potty companies. They're all trying to get on that sweet, sweet Memorial
The
Stadium
bad
action.
call of the game brought to you by Bob's Porta Potties. It stinks.
The official porta potty of the Huskers.
We'll take care of your crap.
And
Awesome.
then eventually it'll all be under one umbrella. Then they'll be fine.
Nice.
You know, one of these days we're gonna have a crossover where we just put it all together. You know, we're gonna have 20 straight minutes of just incredible stuff. I feel like we were pretty good for probably about 10, but we were pretty rough for probably about 10
Colorado game.
today.
Good first half, bad second half.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
We got to find a way to put it together. But if this is a Happy New Year, I don't know. I feel like the standard has lowered.
The standard is
I
the
would agree.
standard.
Yeah.
I would
Wow.
agree.
We haven't had one in quite some time.
No, we
Been a
haven't.
rough go.
Guess we need to try harder.
Okay. So
People
it's
are-
not a Happy New Year. Nick,
No, it's up to the people.
don't put it in the newspaper that this was a Happy New
Nick,
Year.
when was the last time that we had a Happy New Year?
I don't remember. It's in my phone somewhere.
He's not even thinking about it anymore.
No, he's worried about pooping.
Well,
worried about
we
poop.
probably should monitor this because we're coming up on the
He's thinking about that ad break.
on the 10th month, and because we want you to have plenty to choose from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
seem
almost
to remember it was about
Happy
this
New
almost
time
Year
that
last year where you were like, we pretty much have enough now.
Yeah.
But then you want an equal representation for every month of the year.
Remember that
or
week we
season.
had a perfect week?
We did have a perfect week.
Interesting.
Very.
That's a good point.
That was a great week.
That was. I can't wait to listen to those again.
Yeah, for sure. Michael texts in, I heard next week John is eating mayo. What time do I need to watch the stream to see this happen?
No, this is not happening. This is not
Delicious.
happening. Though Josh and Nick are trying to wish it into happening because they want Purdue to win.
No, I want the content of John eating mayo. I think that
which
would be funny
means you
online.
want Purdue to
John,
win.
what have you guaranteed? You've
guaranteed a win.
Imagine an online YouTube premiere of John eating mayo. We get people enough time to gather, then they can just watch John eat mayo.
Well, wouldn't it be on the show?
It could be both.
Okay. Works for me.
It ain't going to happen because Nebraska's going to win despite your wishes against
Hey,
it.
stay tuned for my score prediction in the 5 o'clock hour.
That doesn't mean anything.
I'm not rooting for Purdue, John. Don't you put this on me.
It sure sounds
Go
like it. You're
Cornhuskers.
the only one that brings this up.
Put down the mayonnaise.
This is
I think Nebraska will win.
Nice. Good take. We'll see what Nick
John
wants to say.
guarantees it.
I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Uh-oh. What's going on now?
Somebody sent in a photo of somebody, very specific person that we may or may not have been talking about in this segment, and what he looks like. He was on the J Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Mm. This is definitely not a happy new year. Definitely not a happy new year.
Why is it so blurry?
Great question. Oh, Lord. All right.
Okay.
Bye,
All
Happer.
right.
Good to see you.
Yep. Great to see you guys.
Go take a nap.
Nope, no time.
No
Why?
time.
Wait.
They
Well,
ain't playing
You
tonight.
going to another basketball practice, you goober?
Nope.
Oh, soccer time?
Nope. Did one more sport.
Football? You're doing
Nope.
high school football?
Nope.
Volleyball.
Oh, wow. There's so many sports.
Yep.
Wow. You'll sleep when you're dead.
Apparently.
Like somebody
Well,
who's
they're
not dead yet.
They haven't started yet. They're not going to start till what? 6?
I'll probably go home and I'll be home for like there's no time for a nap.
Yeah.
Be home for 10 minutes.
It's one of those games where you probably regret agreeing to call this game because you're so sleepy.
Yeah.
Glenn, if you're listening, he's not regretting it, but just a little.
It's not. I'm not calling it. I'm
sidelining
the
it.
pump-up
Oh,
guy.
you're the announcer person.
Wow, the pump up guy is sleepy.
no.
Wake me up, everybody. I'm so
Just
tired.
give the pump up guy
Let's
4
go.
hours. He'll be ready.
Hey, everybody. I'm caught up your pump up guy.
I'm pumped. Look at me. Don't I seem pumped? Go Jays.
Can you guys play faster? I got a nap to take.
Oh, that would be great. A little sweepity deepity tonight. Hello.
Sweepity deepity.
Get me out of there by 7:30. I'm asleep by 9.
Oh, that'd be nice for you.
Yep.
Good luck with your sleep.
Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye.
Right.
Bye,
Good night,
Happer.
everyone. That's Hap. That's the crossover. It was not a happy new year.
Sad.
But, they can't all be happy new years.
That's true.
We all thought in 2020 when we said Happy New Year, it was going to be a Happy New
This
Year.
will be the best year of our lives.
Nope.
It was a bad year, Nick.
What happened in 2020?
Well, we'll talk about it on the show today.
No, we will not.
Oh, okay.
We will not. Instead, we'll talk about Nebraska and Purdue
Let's do it.
on 1620 The Zone. Oh, that's right. It is
John, what the hell,
I'm tired,
man?
man. What day is this?
It's Friday, baby.
And
it's a great night for football.
He's to the 15, to the 10, 5, he's in there, touchdown! Demons be gone, it's time to relax, and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight. You know everybody needs more body contact once in a while. Kick of the way, and it's a party at SoFi Stadium. Got to grab the chance to run wild. Sue gets him and throws him down. Captain is hanging, ready to do it. Friday night, great night. Third sack of the game for Ndamukong Suh, the best player in college football. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight. We just stepped on their face with a hobnail boot. In this prime time jungle and broke their nose. Every time is a bumble. We just crushed their face. Every seat's the 50-yard line. And the goalpost may go down. Second and 10 from the 18, I formation. Turn, toss it back to Burkhead off the left side. Rex has a seam, 15, 10, Burkhead 5, guys, he's in. Touchdown, Nebraska, and the Huskers have come all the way back, and they have the lead, 33-27. The countdown is time, we're ready to do it. Friday night, the great night for football. Sit back and relax, and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a time. We got a great night of football tonight.
we made it through another week, and now the weekend is upon us.
John, you got to have the energy, baby. Come on.
Not
He's
today.
just scared of having to eat mayo.
Is that what it is?
No, I'm not, because it's not going to happen, and this is no way to begin a Football Friday by openly rooting for Purdue. Nobody roots for Purdue. Welcome to the Grum on a One Beer Friday, brought to you by the good folks at Cross Strain Brewing. John, Josh, and producer Nick.
Why are you so tired?
I'm
Yeah,
tired.
where did this
man.
come from?
This
You were
is
like
like-
in a good mood, and now you seem sad.
The last
No,
2
I'm
days,
just
it's
tired.
like you had the zoomies, and now you've crashed.
Yeah, I have.
That's a good way to describe it.
You had the zoomies
Especially
the last couple days.
Yeah,
an
that
early
commercial
morning
break
and-
yesterday, John had the big time zoomies, the angry zoomies.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have much to be angry about on the computer today, and it's been a long day already. So,
A long day already.
Oh, yeah.
And we still have 3.5 hours of the show to do.
well,
All right,
I'll
I'll be
give you-
Mahomes, and
I'll-
you can be old
I'll-
Travis
I'll
Kelsey.
give you
Time for me to raise my
Oh,
energy.
That's mean. Don't compare John to Travis Kelsey.
Give me
Yeah.
the place, coach.
My wife is not nearly as annoying as his.
Give me the place, coach. That's Mahomes. That's what he does. Stibbs loves it
Sorry,
when he
I
does
thought that was Raiola.
It is. It's
Uh-oh.
both. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the Grum, brought to you by the good folks at Union Bank, where your money has people, and it's time for the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. We're moving forward this Friday. It's no longer about that Illinois game. It's in the rear view mirror.
Well, I was scared. I thought this was like a time change thing. I'm like,
no, that is soon though. I think it's 5 weeks away, 6 weeks away. We're getting close.
Oh boy,
getting close.
I don't like falling back.
I feel like an old man. You ready for this take? I'm ready for it to be lighter earlier in the morning. I've been taking Banks for walks at like 6:30 lately, and it's dark. Like, I can't wait to see the sun again. Can't wait to see the sun again in the morning. I miss the sunlight when I'm walking Mr. Banks in the morning. But I also like the sunlight when I walk him after work. So I'm going to miss that a lot.
Imagine cheering for that.
I'm not cheering for it.
It's kind of like you cheering for Purdue.
I just want the summer. Give me June 29th and an early sunrise and a late sunset.
June 29th.
But with football season. No,
they die. It's too warm.
Josh, that's Canadian football. Just watch the CFL. I think you just want to be a CFL fan.
I think he does.
You want football in the summer. That's what they do. That's their bit. Or the XFL.
Nebraska is just average.
Whoa, John.
Well, we'll address that today.
No, they're good. They're 3-1. You multiply that by 3, and they're 9-3. That'd be a good season.
What other teams have lost to Illinois?
Kansas,
and what was it? Western
Central Michigan.
It was Western Michigan. It was one of the Michigans.
I thought it was Central Michigan and somebody else.
Would you describe Kansas and that Michigan as mid or below mid?
Below mid, definitely below mid.
Interesting.
Yeah. You're interesting, Nick.
Bill Conley of ESPN.com.
Nice get, Nick.
Thanks. I worked hard.
We'll talk some Bama, Georgia, Notre Dame, Louisville, and the weekend in college football.
It's the first banger of the year. Very excited for this game. Very excited.
The first what?
Banger of the year.
Banger.
Who
The game.
Oh, just
Bama,
that
Georgia.
Game. Just that.
It's
game.
the first true let's go.
Okay.
This is the first of the massive games. October is loaded with them. This is the beginning of it. I'm excited.
Vikings Pack, Bills Ravens in the weekend in the NFL.
Nice.
Kent's Movie Club today. Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Nice.
Our predictions in Key Party. Cross Stream Brewing's One Beer Friday. And what kind of a win is it going to take to settle folks down? Because
the one that Notre Dame delivered to Purdue a few weeks ago.
Well, that would help.
Oh, that people would be excited about 66-7.
Yeah, I think so.
I would hope so.
I think so.
Imagine seeing that victory and being like, I wish it was a little bit better. Better.
I mean, you do get the sense, though, based on the reaction of last weekend, that obviously a win is important, but if Nebraska scuffles through this one, that it's not going to help alleviate a lot of the concerns that folks have.
Agreed.
So
they've all now weirdly, after a 3-0 start where everyone was riding high, they've reached that weird part of the season where wins aren't going to be enough for some people until they beat Ohio State, which they won't do. And so then the cycle will continue.
Again, just get to 6, baby.
Get to 6.
Get to 6 and see what happens after that.
Yeah.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Tell me more.
The Matthew Sluka, UNLV quarterback, who opted out after just 3 games so he could preserve his red shirt because he wasn't getting what he says was promised to him in his NIL.
Mm-hmm.
There was a local casino.
Oh, yes, I did see this.
Who reached out to UNLV with an offer to pay Sluka's price. But according to a story in the Las Vegas Review-Journal, the conversation didn't go far. On Wednesday, Circa CEO
Nick
Derek Stevens and Vice President of Operations Mike Palm decided it would be in the best interest of the community to do their part and help UNLV. So they reached out to UNLV with an offer from Circa to pay the money and keep him on the team.
We know both of those men. We
do?
Talked to both of them in March.
One of them, Cubs fan, John.
Yeah, we had that guy on a long time ago, John. He was wearing a Cubs jersey over his suit.
It was during opening day.
It was opening day.
Remember opening day?
Yeah, the days were getting longer.
I won a lot of money that day.
Palm said he was told almost immediately there was no chance of such a deal being worked out as Sluka had already left the program and the relationship appeared to have soured.
Sad. That's a bummer.
So it went public and, they thought, well, we'll come in and, if anything, it's good PR for the casino, right? Because it shows that, hey, we're here. But unfortunately, things got nasty in a hurry, apparently. The more I hear about this story, the more I think that there's there's more to it than just this.
What do you
I don't know, but for it to go that bad that quickly.
Did it go bad that quickly? I would say it was like a month-long process.
Well, but then
it went public.
But then it makes you wonder how did the team? I mean, the team obviously was able to perform. He was able to perform. They were able to go 3-0, surprising a lot of folks in the process. So I don't know, but this is just.
So you don't believe him?
Oh, there's half truths being told on both sides. Of that, I'm very certain. I don't think it's everything that his side has purported it to be. Again, I think there's some half truths, but I also think, UNLV probably made, or somebody representing UNLV made some promises that he couldn't back up. He or she couldn't back up.
Yeah.
So either way, he's gone. I'll be curious to see. First of all, he wasn't. I mean, sure, they got off to a 3-0 start.
He wasn't very good.
He wasn't that good.
He's a good runner. He's not a good thrower.
Right.
Yeah, his passing stats are garbage. Sub 50% completion percentage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't been very good. But they are 3-0. They are 3-0.
Also, thankfully, the weather is not supposed to cancel the Nebraska game, but did you see this, that Appy State and Liberty?
Dude, we talked about this game multiple times in the offseason because this was supposed to – now, App State has gotten off to a bad start this year, so it wasn't going to be the massive G5 game that it was purported to be in the offseason. But now it's not even going to happen. And Liberty, of course, given that this will knock them down to 11 games, because this is not postponed. This is outright canceled.
Yeah, they've canceled it.
They are looking to fill one of their – luckily for them – 2 idle weeks, because it's one of those weird college football seasons where everyone is off 2 weeks because they want to get a 12th data point this season.
But
because
they're only going to be able to get it against far lesser competition. And remember, Liberty's schedule. This was the one game on Liberty's schedule.
Their schedule sucks. It's a bad schedule.
So it really impacts them.
Yeah. And
you know who else it impacts? That was one of our games in the 4-quarter pick'em this week.
Oh no! So it's just going to be a best of 9.
It's just going to be best of 9.
Oh, that's a bummer.
It's just going to be best of 9.
Yeah, because it was like the G5 game. Bummer.
So yes, for those of you who have already picked, don't worry. That game is just being thrown out because the game's not going to be played.
Yeah. So now it'll be 9 games.
9 games.
9 games.
9 games.
Yeah, indeed. So now you got to go 9-0.
Yeah.
9-0.
But that's all right. Folks will have a good time with it.
Speaking of having a good time, John, we still have 3 more Vallis passes to give away, 3 more pair of Vallis passes to give away, and we'll be doing that on the Grum today. So still giving away prizes on this Friday. What a great way to go into the weekend. It looks like fall. It feels like fall, except when the sun rises and it gets into the 80s. But otherwise, it feels like fall in the morning.
It feels like fall in the morning, definitely.
I love the mornings lately. Oh, my gosh.
It feels like fall in the morning for sure.
It's been so nice.
And tomorrow it'll feel even better for a beautifully 11 a.m. kickoff. Just think about it. The whole rest of your day will be in front of you after that baby's over.
After they win by copious amounts of touchdowns. Copious amounts.
Well, I hope so for everybody's sake.
Yeah, and for your tummy's sake as well.
Oh, so you admit it. Mayo is bad for you. Good to know.
No, I just figured you'll be a little baby about it, so I'd rather you don't get sick.
I'm John. I hate mayo.
That's a direct quote.
Mayonnaise.
Okay.
It's just usually it has like stuff in it to make it like have flavor.
That's aioli.
Right. So I've had mayonnaise. But I won't have it on Monday.
No, because you won't, because Nebraska's winning.
Going to win.
Yeah, they're going to win.
I guarantee it.
There you go.
Bill Conley of ESPN joins us coming up.
Awesome.
402-951-1620, 42 degrees, the Source Hotline by your mother's house.
Nice.
Also, you can hit us up, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Put up a poll question today. What do you think's going to happen? Huskers cover, Huskers win close, or Purdue in the upset?
Or mayonnaise.
Go vote now. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620.
Is it going to be a Mayo Monday?
Or at 1620 The Zone.
Nice.
And the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Even Nick at 1620thezone. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Love it. Love it.
So Bill Conley of ESPN will join us next, and we'll get a look ahead to tomorrow's action in college football.
Let's do it.
1620 The Zone.
Husker Preview Friday is powered by McKinnis Roofing and Sheet Metal. Looking for trusted experts to protect and enhance your home or business? We are McKinnis, Nebraska.
Welcome back. College football this weekend, one of the mega games on the slate, one of the most anticipated games of the season, and some other good matchups as well. So to help us look ahead to the weekend that is here, Bill Connolly of ESPN.com joins us on the 42 Degrees the Source hotline. Bill, good afternoon.
How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
Not bad. We knew coming into the season that we have, the big games, but we also have the mega games. And this one is the first of the mega games, Georgia and Alabama. And I'm curious how different the conversation is going to be after this game when it comes to the loser, because the detractors have said these games will lose meaning in an expanded playoff world. So this will really kind of be the first test, how we discuss, especially the loser of this game come Monday.
Yeah, and I mean, with this game, we've seen the loser of this game win the national title already. So,
True.
It is what it is, I guess. But, no, I mean, especially if the loser is Georgia, and they still have 3 more teams to play in the current top 6. I mean, obviously, they're going to get a lot of benefit of the doubt for scheduling and whatnot, but nobody's putting them in the playoff at 8-4. So they really do need to still perform well. They don't just have unlimited mulligans at the very least. So it will be kind of interesting to see. Alabama's got a little bit of an easier slate, I would say, but if Georgia loses, they're going to have to beat other really, really good teams if they want. Even if they're Georgia, they're still going to have to beat a couple of those teams.
Bill, along the lines of Georgia losing, it blew me away in your preview column today when you wrote, thanks to a near misstep against Kentucky and the corresponding drop in their SP Plus rating 2 weeks ago, SP Plus currently gives them a much greater chance of going 8-4 or worse, 15.4%, than going 12-0, 3.6%. Obviously, a lot of people are going to hear those numbers and think, no way, that is impossible. I always wonder how you approach your numbers, given that you are also a human being that has your own opinion. So what did you think when your computer spit that stuff out?
Well, I think the computer will say kinder things after this game, to be honest. That's number one. Kirby Smart, you're welcome, Kirby Smart. Now he has all the disrespect fuel that he was looking for, and the haters think we're going 7-5 or whatever he's going to tell his team. But no, I mean, it is. I don't see him going 8-4, but it was certainly a reminder that this is a particularly hard schedule. We knew some teams in the expanded conferences, especially the SEC, not everybody drew a ridiculous slate, but the ridiculous slates are really ridiculous this year. And Georgia turns out to have one of them now that we know that Tennessee appears to be a really, really good team as well. So, yeah, I mean, they have work to do. I think that's the one thing that we got to take from all of this is it's only week 5. Georgia and Alabama are already playing each other. There are more huge games down the line. You do still have to perform well in these games. And history suggests that Georgia will do just that, and they'll raise their ratings and win the game and so on. But they do have to do it still.
Talking with Bill Connolly of ESPN.com, how much should what we saw against Kentucky a couple of weeks ago affect how we see this matchup from a Georgia perspective?
Well, I've been kind of going back and forth because on one hand, Georgia almost lost to Missouri 2 years ago and played poorly against Kent State. We've seen them play poorly before, and once they survive, once they have to shift back into fifth gear, they do so, and everything's fine. But it also kind of the closest thing we had to questions about Georgia heading into this season, it kind of reinforced those a little bit. I was very curious about Carson Beck having, not having Brock Bowers, not having McConkey, having to lean on a kind of a different, needing new receivers to step up or, transfer receivers and so on. It was about as close to a question mark as I could find. And they did not, he was not on the same page as his receivers against Kentucky. They did not perform very well. And the last couple of years, they really haven't been as efficient against the run as we've seen before. And that was really where Kentucky was able to carve out enough advantages to at least get into field goal range. So the fact that it was kind of confirmation bias and to a certain degree with what I was most curious about Georgia, and it turned out that they looked the most questionable there. That might mean something. I'm still going to, again, I think this is the playoff team. They're going to do really well this season, but I do think it suggests that they're not, in their final form just yet.
Bill, one more for me on this game, and it's a similar question, but it's about the Tide, because you want to talk about one of the most deceiving 50 or 42-16, box scores that I've ever seen. It's of course Alabama's win over South Florida a few weeks back. They looked. I mean, it was a dogfight. That was one of those games where everyone on Twitter is suddenly like, "Hey, everyone, turn it to the Bama game. They might lose to South Florida." And then they have a nice fourth quarter and they pull away. So kind of what John asked you about with Georgia. I'll ask the same question with Bama. Like, what should we be taking away from that game that could potentially mean something for them in this one versus the Dogs?
Well, when Jalen Milroe is your quarterback, I don't think you're going to have the most dramatically efficient and consistent offense in the world. They didn't last year. And it seems like what we've seen so far this year, especially with that game, they're pretty much perfect against Western Kentucky, obviously. But what we saw there was, kind of the hazards of being a little bit more on the all or nothing side. Their efficiency rankings, their success rate that I track from week to week in terms of how frequently are you getting 50% of your yards on first down, 70% on second, 100% on third and fourth. They're in the 60s right now, and they have not faced a good defense yet. So they're not consistent at all. It's just their big plays are hilariously big. They're utterly enormous. And so what that means is you can score 2 touchdowns at 11 drives against USF, and then you can score 4 straight late to put the game away. It'll be harder to do that against Georgia, though. And I think it was funny. I didn't make this prediction in the piece, but it feels like I'm very comfortable with the thought of Georgia scoring between about 21 and 27 points. Feels like Alabama could score 14 or 42, and it's really, really it's going to be hard to know for sure what we know about this team because they are going to be pretty inconsistent here and there.
Bill Conley of ESPN.com joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this One Beer Friday. When the line came out, I have to admit, I was a little befuddled. I think some other folks around here were befuddled as well, given that Illinois came into Lincoln and beat Nebraska, but they are a 17.5-point underdog at Penn State. Is it just an us thing where, we're obviously looking at it through our own shade of glasses? Or is there a viable reason, looking at your numbers, why Penn State should be a 3-score favorite against Illinois?
I mean, yeah, my SP Plus ratings have them at 18.5, so it does feel like that. The line is relatively in agreement with my numbers at least. But yeah, I think Illinois. Well, I mean, it does. I think say more about Penn State than Illinois. The books, the numbers, they're not going to completely trust that what has been kind of a top 30 team or top 30 offense so far. What Illinois has shown, they don't have the history to back that up really. And so they're going to need to do it a few more times before either the stats or the sports books really trust them to score a lot of points. But there's no question that so far their offense has looked pretty solid. It's just Penn State has looked better. Penn State, Andy Kotelnicki has done what we thought, the last couple of offensive coordinators might do there. And he has to keep doing it too, but they have looked really, really good offensively. They had the one glitchy game defensively, but they've been perfectly fine the other 2 games. So I think it basically says that Nebraska's probably not a top 10 level team, and Penn State is, and therefore they're going to force Illinois doesn't get all the benefit of the doubt just yet.
Bill, one of my favorite bits in your column this year is the chaos superfecta, where you find 4 games that have a fairly large chance of one team winning versus the other. Like Penn State, they have an 88% chance versus Illinois, but you combine them together and the number is always sub 50%. And each week so far, there has been one team that has upset the other. This week, the possibilities are Oregon versus UCLA, the aforementioned Penn State game, Michigan over Minnesota, and USC over Wisconsin. Is there one in that group where, I mean, I guess we just talked a little about Illinois, and I think you mentioned them today. Is there another one of those games where you're like, that could be the one that would allow for this to hit once more?
Yeah, it is. There's only a 46% chance that all 4 of those teams win. Is the final verdict there, and I think. Yeah, I think in week 1 against West Virginia, I had Penn State in this little superfecta thing. I thought they were most likely, and I was very wrong. It does feel like Illinois has got a particular chance, and I'm still curious about USC against Wisconsin. That was another one there. From an odds perspective, that was probably the most likely upset of the bunch. I still don't know what to make of Wisconsin, good or bad yet, in terms of, they have moved the ball pretty efficiently, just with a quick passing offense, and in a way that I don't really think losing Van Dyke will really hurt them all that much. I think their backup's probably about as good. And I just don't know what to think about USC, how they respond to what happened last week. I assume they handle their business, but I don't think it's a 100% assumption by any means. And there's going to be some anxiety here with the team that loses. And I think, if Wisconsin can get up early, that'll be pretty interesting too. And it's funny talking about these games because, again, they're all like 75 to 90% win probability for one team. And so the favorite's obvious, but something usually happens here.
Texas has looked like a team to beat, but until this weekend, they will not have played an SEC team yet. Oregon stumbled out of the gate, but now it looks like they've started to right the ship. These are, of course, two teams who are among the favorites in their brand new leagues in a year one. Given what we have seen, which one looks like they have the part of actually winning their conference in year one, given it's a loaded conference, especially on the SEC side?
Yeah, I think, I think Oregon certainly has the better road. Ohio State's obviously looked like the better team in the Big Ten. But it's just, when one conference has 5 of 6, like immediately that hurts your odds. 5 of the top 6, I should say. But I think I trust Texas way more than Oregon right now. Oregon, really did just underachieve dramatically the first 2 games. And then they did really, really well against Oregon State. Maybe that was a sign that they're ready to roll now. And if they are, great. But Texas's performances so far have just been so almost alarmingly easy and assured, and a lot of things that Texas just hasn't been in a really long time. They look the part of a number 1 team right now, and they have to keep it up. And we could still end up in some really weird quarterback controversy here with Texas. But from the sample we've been given so far, Texas not only looks like an SEC potential champion, but they've probably been the most consistently elite team in the country so far. And as a Mizzou guy, it does not make me happy saying any of this, but it's been true so far.
Bill, does it look like we are looking at least 4 SEC playoff teams?
Well, yes. I said 5 of the top 6 right now. There's no question. We know who the best teams have been so far. But when it comes to the playoff, obviously, 9-3 versus 10-2, who loses to whom, all these things are going to end up mattering. So I don't know for sure how many we're talking about, but 4 sounds pretty good. I do think, heading into this year, it was pretty easy to kind of envision a 4 SEC, 4 Big Ten, 4 everybody else kind of situation. At the very least, I don't think we've seen any reason to dissuade ourselves from that. But if we're just talking about pure quality in September, then they need at least 5 of those spots overall, maybe more.
Hey, Bill, one of the teams that John asked you about was Oregon. Of course, they have Dylan Gabriel as their quarterback, and there's been a lot of discussion this week about his former school and then Will Howard's former school in Oklahoma and Kansas State, and I guess what happened with them losing their quarterbacks for the hot shot young guys, and how, I think Kansas State's been fine, but certainly going on the road and losing that way is going to leave a lot of people frustrated. How much do you think, in terms of those 2 schools, how much could they control, and how much of it was college football in 2024 as to where they sit in their current quarterback situations?
Yeah, I think, obviously, it feels like a pretty obvious downgrade that going from Dylan Gabriel to Jackson Arnold was not great. Yeah. But quarterback has still not been their number 1 problem. They have their worst offensive line in 25 years. They would have been they'd be better with Dylan Gabriel right now. They still wouldn't have beaten Tennessee, and they would still be they'd still be facing that issue. We saw the way they were putting their offensive line together in the offseason, thinking, man, this is not. I don't know about this. And sure enough, they've hit the ground with just an awful line. So they've been worse off without Gabriel, but it's not their issue. And as far as Avery Johnson goes, this is, we've seen in the last 2 weeks, when you lose the proven guy for the high upside youngster, you're kind of accepting that you're going to have some ups and downs early on. And that's exactly, he was so good against Arizona, even though he's dreadfully inaccurate throwing the ball, the boost he gets to the run game. We saw the plus of that against Arizona. And then we saw, a couple picks against BYU. That's just the way it is. I would be shocked if Chris Kleiman thought, okay, well, we're gonna go all in with Avery Johnson, and he's gonna be awesome and be a Heisman contender, and we're gonna go 12-0. I would hope that he knew there were going to be some growing pains, and that's just what you accept. You're getting a year and a half out of him, or 2 years out of him, at least. And you're basically saying, okay, well, I'd rather have 2 years of that than 1 more year of Will Howard. And there's something saying they would have kept Will Howard anyway. So, I'm fine with it. This is just kind of how these things go. You have to roll the dice, and it hasn't quite worked out either way yet.
Bill Conley of ESPN, when all these leagues decided on no more divisions and just line everybody up in a row and take the quote-unquote best two teams in play, one of the concerns was, well, does that mean we get Ohio State, Michigan in back-to-back weeks?
Yeah.
But after what BYU has done, is there a possibility we could get a second holy war in the Big 12? Utah and BYU. No offense, UCF, but it's possible, at least on paper.
Yeah, and we could get two Army Navies too. The way things are shaping up right now. But,
yes, and a week later than everybody else.
Yeah, no, BYU. I think I trust. Their defense looks better than it has in a long time, but I don't trust that offense just yet. I mean, they were handed 28 points last week with the fumble return, with two super short fields off of interceptions, and that crazy punt return. So I don't think they're quite as well rounded as, even if we're eliminating Kansas State and Oklahoma State for now, I still trust, I think, Iowa State and UCF at the very least more than BYU. But I mean, this is the Big 12. It's going to be who can win a bunch of 3-point games. And they're absolutely in the race. There's no question about that. So that was kind of all the terrible developments of the last couple of years in realignment, getting Utah and BYU together was one of the pluses. And I would not object at all to getting a couple of those games.
Bill, last one from me. In terms of realignment, I thought your reaction to the news from last night about Northern Illinois and Toledo potentially joining the Mountain West was absolutely hysterical when you said, "What the hell, man?" We have said before that this is such a sad version of realignment, as we have lost the Pac-12 and some of these things have really changed. This now, it feels like the saddest version of realignment, but in a much grimier, weirder way. What the hell is happening right now with these conferences and who they're fighting over and trying to get to 8 teams? It's just odd, I guess, is the best way to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, we lost the Pac-12, and now we're apparently going to end up with 2 Mountain West instead of just one. And we're breaking apart like Colorado State and Wyoming, apparently, and just some other kind of reliably fun games. And I'm not completely sure why. I know why Washington State and Oregon State wanted to roll the dice in this way. This has just been from a fan perspective, as is, I guess, customary with realignment. We're kind of ending up with the worst scenario here. And the fact that I'm not completely sure that Big Sky schools are, after what happened to Idaho in FBS, I'm not sure. I think there's going to be a lot of hesitation from the higher ceiling Big Sky schools, and apparently with both teams still needing more teams, they're looking at the max best. And look, I appreciate any callback to the 90s, and NIU spent 3 years in the Big West in the mid 90s. This is not the kind of callback I appreciate, though. I'd rather have the good versions of those, and not NIU playing whoever. I don't even remember which of the Mountain West they got. I think it was the original Mountain West. They'd be playing Wyoming or something. That sounds great. That sounds like a win-win for everybody.
Bill Conley, ESPN.com. Should be a fine weekend of football, and we look forward to it. We always appreciate your reads and your guests when you appear on the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Have a great weekend. Bill Conley of ESPN.com. Damn, that was a fast game.
It's over?
That game, if it started at 1:20, which they usually do, that means it was over in an hour and 50 minutes. The Cubs beating the Reds 1-0.
That was a fast game.
Well, these two teams have been eliminated. They're like, sooner we get done, sooner we go on vacay.
Mm-hmm. By the way, you mentioned the potential for 2 holy wars. The first one will take place on Nebraska's Idle Week, their second and final on November the 9th. Happy birthday to my dad that day as well. Other games of note that day.
Happy birthday, Dad.
Yeah.
Here's a holy war.
Yeah, Georgia at Ole Miss, Bama at LSU. Let's see. Oklahoma at Missouri, just looking at ranked on ranked right now. Iowa State at Kansas, and the aforementioned holy war. So certainly, oh, wow. Florida State at Notre Dame. That was looking like a crown jewel before the season. Not so much anymore. It'd be cool, man. It'd be cool to see BYU have some more success. Still to come for them. They have Baylor this weekend, Arizona, Oklahoma State as well, UCF. I mean, it is not out of the question that they're able to continue to win. But as Bill mentioned, 28 points essentially gifted to them last weekend versus the Wildcats of Kansas State.
Yes. Well, we're going to find out something real soon.
We will indeed.
A lot of these teams.
We will indeed. It's that time of the season.
It certainly is. Still to come, Kent's Movie Club.
Lovely.
And when we come back, these were totally separate things, but they kind of work together. I saw a chart featuring all of the schools so far through 4 games and how they have performed in terms of their EPA, but then also an email that we received.
Okay.
And I think it's all going to address the same issue. And the question is Nebraska just average?
Oh, mid, in other words.
No, some call it mid.
Wow, Nick, you're a jerk.
But we will address that and more next on 1620 The Zone. So as I was perusing the interwebs today,
Sounds so old when you say that.
I came across one of J. Bud Davis's charts, and this is through 4 weeks. So this is, weeks 1 through 4. And it's showing, the graph is showing everyone's adjusted offense and adjusted defense EPA. So again, for the purposes of those of you who are listening in, the further you are up and to the right, the better you are, because you're furthest to the right. The offense is on the x-axis across the bottom and defense up and down. So the further up you are, the better defense you are. The further to the right you are, the better the offense you are. And that's why Miami is way the hell up there. I mean, this is like 2001 all over again.
They've gone off to a great start, yeah.
But your usual suspects are up in that quadrant, though, interestingly, Washington is up in that quadrant.
Yeah, and they haven't gone perfect so
Yeah,
far.
they lost earlier, but Penn State's up there, Ohio State's up there, Alabama's up there, Ole Miss is up there. Notre Dame, another team with a loss, right up there with Washington. But it shows all the Power Fives. Well, actually, it's actually all of FBS.
I see UConn.
I see UConn.
Yep.
I see you, UConn. But what's interesting about this is...
So you know what, John, real fast, I don't think that this is not all of the FBS, because there are not other G5 schools in here. It's power schools, UConn. Oh, wait, there's UMass. Never mind. Ignore what I was saying. Huh, interesting.
Well, either way, the important thing, though, in this is that relative to all the other teams in college football, Nebraska is further down and further to the left than you might expect for a team that, is 3-1. I know last week wasn't perfect, but remember, they had only given up 10 points, right? No, 13 points in 3 games. But
the opponent adjusted numbers.
But when you adjust it for the opponent,
yeah, it's not very good.
It would be probably just a little below the margin on offense and quite a bit below the margin on defense. I mean, look at all the schools above them defensively, right? I looked at that and was like, man, I know they haven't really, quote unquote, played anybody yet, but that would not indicate what our eyes told us, at least through the first 3 weeks.
By the way, it's power schools and independents. That's what
Powers and independents.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No. So it's funny because we did this. Did we do this last week, or did we do this 2 weeks ago? Because we were looking at similar numbers, and it was pretty much like this.
It was in the middle. Nebraska was closer to the middle, but it
was either last week or 2 weeks ago. And so the numbers have said that this is where Nebraska has been. Yeah. Regardless of winning and losing, this is where they have been. And so, I continue to wonder, what happens if they're able, at least on offense, to put together a 4-quarter performance. They were able to on defense for the first 2 games. They've not been able to on offense for any of the 4-quarter games. They've had good drives, drives where it's whoa, the offense is so much better than it was last year. But they've also had moments in time where you're like, whoa, it's just not a very good offense.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
According to this chart, and if you're looking for it on Twitter, @JBudDavis was the one who posted it. Colorado's defense, has a better adjusted EPA than Nebraska's.
Fascinating because they seem to.
Now they have played a tougher schedule.
They have played,
because they actually played Nebraska and they played Baylor.
Yeah, exactly. So they played 2 power schools, and Nebraska's also played 2 power schools, but they also played a good independent or a good FCS school as well. Where Nebraska, UTEP horrible, right. Northern Iowa horrible.
Right. Well, I bring this up, and then we got the email from Steve, and Steve's email reads, last week was very telling. Fans and media need to stop the narrative that Nebraska is a good football team. They haven't played anyone up to last week, which was an opponent equivalent to them. Their margin for error needs to be low. They're not explosive, talented, or disciplined enough to overcome mistakes. They're an average team that will end up 7-5 or maybe 6-6. Mentions how they got pushed around. Offensive line's an issue. Special teams are a wreck. He said this will not get fixed, and we will witness how this will continually ail us the rest of the year. Our linebackers and secondary will get exposed later in the schedule, too. In addition to the weaknesses mentioned, we have a head coach whose game and clock management is much to be desired. With all the coaches and analysts affiliated with the program, I would think we would have someone to aid him in this facet. It's frustrating. I'm still on board, But P.S. I think Purdue will be close. How bad does Indiana, Ohio State, and USC run it up on Nebraska? That is from Steve.
Where's Indiana at on this? As I hop back over here. Oh, there they are. Wow, they are far to the right, which means a very, very, very good offense, and they are slightly above average on defense.
Yeah, they would be a top 10 offense according to this, and definitely in the upper tier. I'd say upper half.
Upper half, yes, they're slightly above average.
Maybe upper
on
40%
yeah.
On defense.
Yeah, in terms of the Power 5. Now, so near the end, Steve wrote about Purdue. Mm-hmm. Purdue is the worst team on this list. They do not have the worst offense, but they
are back and to the left.
They do not have the worst offense. They do not have the worst defense, but combined, they have the worst on average. They are the second worst offense. They are the third worst defense on this entire list. Only offense worse than them is Northwestern. I've seen them in person, John. Bad. Only worst defenses, Mississippi State, Wake Forest. I've not seen them in person, but they look bad. That's where they rank right
So
now.
Essentially what this is saying is even if Nebraska takes care of business tomorrow, because of the opponent adjusted, it's not going to show up very well.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
But taking this and now combining it with what Steve says.
Yeah.
Is Steve being one of the harsh boys that we've heard from this week in how they have taken the Illinois game, or is there some truth to what he is writing?
Well, I mean, certainly the numbers would back it up, right? Like, okay, so he says they're not good, they're average. I mean, they fall squarely in the average slot with many, many teams.
Mm-hmm.
Many teams. So I think that, at least from that perspective, he's not wrong. John writes, how can anyone believe that Nebraska is anything but average at this point? They aren't scoring a ton of points. The defense has apparently taken a step back, and they haven't even had a 500 season in 7 years. Yeah, I guess, we were calling them good. I can't argue with that.
But we can't, if we're rating a team based on this year, we can't refer back to last year or previous years. Well, they've sucked before, so they suck now. Right, but if you're talking about analyzing them from the perspective of how are they this year, last year is immaterial.
No, yeah. So, okay. So me personally, I view them as a team that has elements that could make them above average and make them an 8-4 program. I certainly think that they have that in them this year. I watched the offense. I think the offense, and seeing him in person last week was really valuable for me because I think that there are things that they do that obviously they're better than last year on offense. This is inarguable, right? Mm-hmm. There were moments in time, and I'm going to talk about a couple of plays in particular that if they go Nebraska's way, it's an entirely different story. This is not to say, oh, no, woe is me. It's more to point out, I think that they're getting closer. You have the touchdown that is turned into an interception because the defender makes a great play and the offensive player just, didn't pull the ball hard enough. You have obviously the misplay at the end of the game with Lindenmeyer. I mean, those are a couple of moments where above average offenses make them. Great offenses certainly make them. Dare I say good offenses at the very least go 50-50 on those two plays. Nebraska went 0 for 2 on those plays. But last year, those plays and anything like those plays wasn't even a possibility. I also saw a lot of stuff from the offense that I really liked on Saturday. Again, this conversation for me and why this chart is such a disappointment is because of the defense. Because of the defense. The defense is not what we thought that they would be. There was a message, I think it was a text, maybe it was on the YouTube page. Here it was. Why not Hoiberg? This doesn't help my suspicion that NU's defense only looked so good last year because they were playing the Big Ten West. But you know what's interesting about that point, John, is that the numbers which take into account opponent, and so they adjust for the opponent, still said Nebraska had a great defense. I get it. They played schlup at times on offense last year, but the numbers still said that they were a really good defense. The eye test and the numbers right now say this defense is not as good as it was last year for multiple reasons. I think the tackling has been suspect. It's funny because they're taking the ball away at a better rate. Last year, I don't think we talked about it this week. Last year, John, 4 games, they had 4 takeaways. 1. This year, they have 7 takeaways in 4 games. So how do you have more takeaways? Thus, you're having more explosive plays in that regard, and yet the defense isn't as good. They're not as good at tackling, and they're not able to get upfield with the defensive line. Like the run defense has taken a massive step back. Like I think it starts and ends with that teams can run on Nebraska now, and they couldn't last year.
I'm going to wait a little bit longer before I go that far.
I mean, the numbers say that they've taken a big step back so far.
Which numbers?
I'm talking about EPA per rush. Nebraska now has taken a step back.
I understand that, but
I'll give you the numbers last year.
But the problem with that is again, they haven't played other teams yet. I think we need more of a sample size. I don't know if they have taken a major step back. My biggest issue, and I think a lot has been made of the tackling, I think the bigger problem is communication and getting off blocks.
Yeah.
If you go back and look at the runs in the fourth quarter and overtime that broke for Illinois, because prior to that, they weren't running the ball well.
Mm-hmm.
It was in the fourth quarter and in overtime. If you look back at what made those plays work, it was guys who weren't fitting the right gaps or getting off of blocks. It was not tackling.
Last year. So these are, and you're right. So I'm not going to die on a hill here.
No.
We're talking about a small sample size right now, right? 4 games versus 12. But last year, in terms of total EPA, Nebraska's rush defense was 13th, EPA per play 12th, EPA per game 12th, success rate 15th. The same numbers this year rank 91st, 90th, 89th, and 78th. And that's a pretty sizable step back. Now, I will acquiesce to you and say talent or sample size is small, but to spin that argument against you, the sample size is more of the recent 2 games. All of these numbers are actually built in for the first 4, and the first 2 games, they did a great job at stopping the run. So I would say that the numbers actually might be worse than this because it's only happened in the last 2 games, whereas they completely shut down Colorado, and UTEP wasn't even trying to run, so it doesn't matter. I think that's the key. I think that's the story of the defense so far. Last year, elite against the run. Top 15, that's elite against the run. This year, not so much. They've taken a step back. And this is a great opportunity because, we'll talk about it in keys later. Maccabee has averaged a great number of yards per carry. They just haven't been in opportunities where they can run the ball. He's averaging 12 carries a game. He's averaging pretty much 90 some odd yards per game. If they have a game that goes their way, if they're running the ball well against Nebraska, John, he could have himself a day tomorrow. Nebraska has to make sure that that he and the team does not get their game script going.
But also keep in mind when you look at these EPA numbers, also consider this. Nebraska has scored in every first half this year as much or more than they scored for the entire game in all but 4 games last year.
So that backs up what we're seeing. The offense is noticeably better.
Nebraska scored at least 17 points in the first halves of every game so far. Last year, there were only 4 games where, for the entire game, Nebraska scored more than 17 points.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Chance says the defense is weird because they played with their hair on fire against Colorado but looked sleepy against UNI and Illinois. I was thinking about my drive in today.
How much of that is because Colorado was Colorado and how much they were juiced up for it?
Yeah.
Versus UNI and Illinois.
Yeah.
And again, I would go back to I think there's more of an alignment, assignment, communication issue.
You think it's more that than execution?
Than tackling.
Okay. There's a good chance to prove that.
If you go back and look at the runs that broke, it wasn't a tackling problem. They couldn't get off blocks.
Yeah.
And they weren't fitting their run gaps properly.
Yeah.
Or there was a miscommunication, which allowed for the slip to happen.
Yeah.
Well, coming up, you might be getting your beer after all. Not this year.
Oh.
But next year.
Oh.
And Kent's Movie Club is straight ahead on 1620 The Zone. So the Board of Regents, on their agenda that was released today and for their meeting that will occur next week, this is the day you have waited for. This is the moment. Approve request to permit alcohol sales at University of Nebraska athletic events. That means all athletic events, including football. And according to those who have done some scooping, this does appear to have support to pass.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case.
I mean, it's been trending this way, so I guess this is like, in a way, it's like, hey, we knew the hurricane was coming. We just had several days to prepare for it. We knew that this day was coming, right? Yeah. We knew this day was coming eventually, given all of the other things that have been broken, selling it at basketball games, selling it for volleyball day, selling it for the Garth Brooks concert, expanding it to baseball this past April. So we knew this day was here, but now it actually is here. And the idea is to have it in place by next year. Now, you know, in terms of how it will actually be executed, that we don't know. Obviously, the stadium's not changing anytime soon. So it could very well be as simple as just, you know, bringing in, as they did for the Garth Brooks concert or for the volleyball day, just bringing in, you know, beer vendors and just selling the containers. We're not talking about taps or anything like that. Yeah. There may be the expansion of taps either when the stadium is renovated or in some of the club seating areas.
Yeah, some of the story from, I believe this is Evan. Yeah, Evan Bland. Necessary equipment upgrades at century-old Memorial Stadium would begin after the current football season. Dannon said the extent and scope of the project won't be determined until after the athletic department selects a third-party provider. This was the thing that jumped out to me along the lines of what you were just saying. Stadium upgrades to accommodate alcohol sales will, with a head start on the larger stadium projects to come, Dannon said. The exception is South Stadium, where temporary satellite locations, kind of like the porta potties.
The porta potties.
Will pop up on game days ahead of more drastic changes to the South End in the future years. So interesting stuff, because now this is the second time in 3 or 4 days where we have talked about South Stadium and these changes that are coming. Mm-hmm. And so is there like a swing back to some of the Trev plans? I guess that's a question that I kind of have right now, but this makes sense, right?
A swing back in what way? In terms of a massive renovation of the South?
Yeah, or maybe not as massive, but certainly something. I mean, let me read it again. Ahead of more drastic changes to the South End in future years. I mean, Trev's plan on a scale of 1 to 100, that was a 100 drastic change.
Right. They were going to tear the whole thing out and redo it.
Yeah. I mean, this is splitting hairs. What does drastic mean? Does it mean a full teardown, or does it mean just altering the deal? So I'm curious as to what that looks like here. It, like you said at the start, though, certainly seems like this is a full go once they do this thing in October, and it makes sense, right? It makes sense. They've done too many events now around here. Too many schools have done it. And there aren't these horror stories that everybody thinks that there are.
Well, I think the other thing that it's probably helped push this over the finish line was that Michigan and Wisconsin, who were the other two holdouts, announced plans to sell beer, meaning Nebraska was the last holdout.
Yeah, exactly. I got a text that said, biggest thing I thought of when I went to the Horseshoe a couple years ago was they'll have to bring in a fleet of fridges and coolers. No taps at the Horseshoe, but fridges and coolers all over the place. So, yeah, that is certainly a possibility. I'm trying to think of just the concourse areas and how some are bigger, some are smaller, and what that looks like. And then obviously figuring out the situation of, the lines, because I know everyone's worried about the lines these days. There's a lot of talk about lines. Back to Evan's story. He says the development is a hard turn from a year ago when then AD Trev Albert said Memorial Stadium did not have the point of sale ability or wireless internet capacity to handle alcohol sales. And this year upgraded its stadium Wi-Fi. More significant improvements are coming and move to cashless concessions. This, I continue, and I hit on this a little in the crossover, I continue to be not surprised, but taken aback by how Dannon has showed up and just kind of done things that around here either seemed really difficult or baseball, for example. They got beer at the baseball stadium weeks after there was this whole hubbaloo. What's the word? Hullabaloo about how difficult it was to come to an agreement with the city. Dannon did it immediately. And I know it's not all him, obviously. But Trev says, it's too difficult. You can't do it. Point of sale ability. Meanwhile, not even a year later, it's like, yeah, let's go forward with this and we'll figure it out. I don't know. Maybe it's more that he is wanting to take on the problems rather than, well, they're problems. It would be difficult. It seems like he's ready to embrace some of those challenges. Not saying he's like a perfect guy, but I don't know. Again, I found it interesting.
I'm not really sure about all the inner workings and how the negotiations go in that sense, but stand by. You'll have beer next year.
Next year, yes.
And it's not, I guess it's not official. We shouldn't say it's going to happen because they haven't voted on it. But the fact that it made the agenda and seems to have a lot of support would seem to indicate, and they've got all their I's dotted and T's crossed.
Yeah.
That this is going to happen at some point.
Yeah. A couple comments. Steve says, I don't think the beer thing is going to last. To which Keena responds, yeah, this whole alcohol thing, just a trend. It's just a fad, John.
Yeah.
It's just a fad.
If and when they do tear down the South Stadium and rebuild it, can we call it Southern Reconstruction?
No.
They had to reconstruct.
I guess that's true. That's true.
But they may never tear it down. Ever. Oh. And then we'll get our porta potties.
Please, God, tear it down. And hey, I do like the idea of the porta potties, though. I do like the idea of the porta potties.
I think the people up there need to be treated with respect.
I wonder what our next guest thinks about porta potties.
He doesn't have to worry about them because he sits in the ivory tower of the press box.
He does indeed. I saw him there on Saturday.
I would say that we need more bathrooms in the press box.
I would agree. Good take, John.
Yeah, we need more bathrooms in the press box.
Good take, John.
We'll get those before South Stadium gets its porta potties. We will continue. Kent's Movie Club. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission: to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before.
Oh, Kent's Movie Club. It's El Kent's Movie Club. El Kent's Movie Club. It's El Kent's Movie Club.
I love hearing that music because it means the weekend is closer, and it means we get to chat with our good friend Kent Wolgamott of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Hello, Kent.
Good afternoon.
Aren't you happy you don't have to go anywhere on Saturday, or are you committed somewhere else?
No, I am very happy I don't have to go anywhere on Saturday. I'm even happier that I don't have to write anything on Saturday.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's kind of nice, that first road game.
Yes,
It is.
You sit back and just watch the game.
Yep.
And, nothing else, to do. And as soon as the game's done, you can go about your merry business.
Mm-hmm.
You can write about other things like music or movies.
Yeah, or we could not write anything and have an actual day off.
There you go.
No days off, Kent.
And I will not be watching the game in real time. I will use the magic of recording and then watch it in an hour after, once it's 2/3 of the way through. You can just zip right through it that way.
Now, Kent, before you do this, I have heard that if the game is still going on, you have to sit through the commercials. I don't think that you are able to fast forward on Peacock. Yes.
Yeah. I did not know that. Then I will be waiting until the game is over.
I believe, yes. So watch it. I think when the game's over, then they edit it down to like a 2-hour version where they get rid of all the commercials.
Because the point here is to not sit through the commercials and have time.
Yeah.
Yes,
indeed.
I believe that is correct. When I successfully went spoiler-free for the Maryland game, I believe that is correct, because when I got home, the game was long over.
Yeah.
And I watched it, and yes, there were commercials that you couldn't. I mean, it's one of those, anytime
60-second ad.
Yeah, it's
type
one of those
things.
60-second where they put the little clock thingy in the corner.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
I'm
not
pulling up a replay of a game right now. I want to see what it does.
But it's not the full 3 minutes, breaks in when you're watching in real time. So you are cutting down a little bit.
But yep, there sure enough, there's the ad.
Yeah.
But when the game's over, you are able to fast forward though, and that's. Oh, that's Kent's phone. I thought I did something.
That's my phone.
Yeah.
It's being held by Peacock.
Yeah. Don't you dare try to fast forward through our commercials, Kent, says Peacock.
Are you going to attempt to do this without knowing the result?
Oh, absolutely.
Nice.
Oh,
I like it. What a challenge. The
system to do this is just don't look at the phone. I don't have any notifications. I shouldn't on the phone. And then don't turn on any kind of radio or TV or something where the score might show up. So
this is me as a 27-year-old. Kent, what the hell are you going to do for 4 hours if you don't have your phone or TV or radio?
Oh, I will have TV or stereo or whatever, right? I just won't be on a channel where you might happen to get a score, like HBO or whatever is not going to run the Husker score.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
he's
fair.
just not going to be watching another college football game or anything on ESPN where they have the bottom line.
Hey, maybe he'll watch whatever your movie pick is for next week. Yeah.
I'm excited to share it.
Kill two birds with one stone.
Well, speaking of movie picks, this week's movie is the 1982 coming-of-age comedy Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yes, it is, bud.
And I mean, the thing's 42 years old, which is, when I say that, wow.
How old do you feel, old man?
Very old, very old.
Yeah.
I think everyone knows it's basically just, I mean, really, if you think about it, Kent, this is kind of the original high school teen R-rated comedy, right?
Well, there were a whole bunch of them right around this time. Right?
True. Porky's, yeah.
Porky's, all of those. They were all about the same time. This is the good one.
Yes, it is.
Right?
Yes,
the one that, I mean, you're not going to go watch Porky's again from 1981 or 2 in 2024. You will watch this movie again. And that tells you something about the quality of it.
Yeah, Kent, my takeaway when I finished it was I think this might be the best high school movie. You know, and
Really?
that was my takeaway. I think
better than Superbad. I know you like Superbad.
See, Superbad's my favorite. I guess
better than Dazed and Confused.
Best one from this era, I think, at the very least. I do. Yeah, those are among my favorites. This movie is hysterical. It is just so damn funny. The thing that I'd forgotten about is that it's like the whole school year. You know, Superbad's one night. Dazed and Confused is one night or one day. This is, it starts at the beginning of the school year and then it ends at the end of the school year.
I guess that's where the Fast Times part comes from.
Indeed, it just kind of flies on by.
Well, and you know why that is? This movie is based on the book of Cameron Crowe, who then went on to be a very successful film director and, made one of the great rock movies, Almost Famous.
Amazing movie.
Great movie.
Cameron Crowe went undercover in high school when he was like 21 or 22 and wrote this book, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, that then got adapted into the movie. And the book covered the school year where he was, quote, undercover. And even some of the characters are kind of based on the people that he knew, and their names are even kind of similar. So if you knew the people, apparently you say, oh, that was this guy and that is this guy. So that's why it goes a whole year, right? Is the source material.
And the crazy thing is they do it in 90 minutes.
Yeah, it flies by.
I mean,
it would have been slightly longer had it not had to be edited to not get an X rating.
What did they cut out?
The scene in the bathhouse where with Jennifer Jason Leigh and I can't think of the actor's name.
The Patino moment.
Yeah. That
yes, the Patino moment.
That was a longer and more explicit scene. There were also 2 or 3 other things that got cut because of they were going to give it an X rating. And then after that, then I think they trimmed it a little bit just for speed.
Pacing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The pacing of the movie is great. I mean, it starts and you figure out who the characters are very, very quickly. And, it's classic in terms of there's like these various cliques and, popular kids and whatever, the nerds and the football player who gets mad because of the car.
It's interesting that you talk about the pacing because I actually found the pacing kind of jarring and it took me out of it a little bit.
Because it was too fast?
It felt a little sudden.
It does fast forward. I mean, yeah, fast forwards months at a time.
I get that that's how they had to make it work, but it felt a bit, I think I would have been fine if it was a little longer, if it kind of transitioned into the different parts a little better than it did.
Yeah.
By the way,
remember when it was made, you weren't going to get a 2-hour teenage sex comedy.
No.
Right? 90 minutes was about max that they were going to let it run. And Universal almost didn't release this.
Like when it was already made and edited?
It was finished and they might have shelved it because it did really badly at test screenings because, they didn't show it to the right audiences. They showed it in freaking Orange County, which is
these 30-year-old women like this movie.
Correct. And so they about shelved it, and then they only released it in like 400 theaters.
Interesting.
Is a movie that has become much better. It did well, but it wasn't a giant hit when it came out. But it was, maybe top 20 or 30 movies of that year. But then once again, when it came out on VHS in probably 84, 5, right? At the dawn of, or at the
pause button.
At the peak of VHS, then it became this big hit. And, it's now it's in the film registry.
Yeah, I saw that when I was looking at the Wikipedia page.
The Library of Congress of films that needed to be preserved. So that's kind of a journey.
I know Josh just made this joke about the pause button, but when this movie came out on VHS, did the pool scene, was that the thing that carried this movie to make as many people watch it as they did?
Well, I don't know. I don't know as you can generalize to say as many people, but I'll guarantee you there's an entire generation of boys that certainly watched it for
it's the most famous nude scene in the history of movies.
It is every time.
If it's not, it's top 5.
It is so damn. I mean, I remember.
In so many things.
I knew about it before I saw the movie,
Me
and
too.
like I'd basically seen the scene without seeing the scene because they would show it on VH1 or Comedy Central, but they would show it on those best week ever, best year ever type things, where they would talk about the scene and the impact that it had on someone that was.
Yeah, I mean, to this day, there are people who hear the cars moving in stereo, and that's exactly where their mind takes them.
I wonder how many people discovered the Cars or became fans of the Cars because of this movie.
No, they were huge at the time. This soundtrack is huge central. It starts with the Go-Go's. It's got Tom Petty. It's got the Cars. It is a perfect soundtrack of its time.
Yeah, Ken, you know what? If you were making a movie today about this year, I feel like people would say the soundtrack is too cute with the songs that you picked. Like, that's how good the soundtrack was for this movie.
Mm-hmm. And interestingly, commercially, the bigger artists like Petty and the Go-Go's and didn't let them use it to sell the album, right? Those songs aren't on the soundtrack album, but they're in the movie because they wanted to let the song, because they got the movie, right? The people that were licensing the song said, yeah, you can use it for that, but you can't sell it. But I think it would be really difficult to make that soundtrack again this year, too, because of the way that music is. You don't have those cultural, everybody in the country has heard this kind of song stuff anymore, right?
100%.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist.
By the way, going back to the original X rating and what was cut out, and like Kent said, it was the scene in the pool house, but and there was actual disappointment because, and now I got to find it. For some reason I had it right here and now it's lost. I got to look it up again. But the idea was to make it it was supposed to talk about just the angst and the awkwardness of teenage sexuality. Because remember, her first encounter is with someone that's older,
way older than her,
and thus experienced. Whereas this is
dude,
a little bit different. In fact, Jennifer Jason Leigh said that it by recutting it eliminated the sense of awkward hesitancy between the two characters, and instead. Now, I will say this. How they edited it was funny because, of course, you hear Jackson Brown, and then all of a sudden the music just kind of, and Damone is...
his feet shake a little bit.
Damone is finished, and that's all she wrote.
Mm-hmm.
So at least the way they did it, at least...
Honestly, it's very realistic.
It made for a funny, but I would have liked to have seen the original cut just to see how much it changes that encounter between those two characters, because you wonder if it, does
it make one more sympathetic or one less sympathetic?
Exactly, because it was more, dare I say, more of a comedic scene based on, how quick he went, and the original cut probably was telling a different story.
So you are correct, and on the Jennifer Jason Leigh thing, I think it's interesting to note she was actually 19 when they made this movie. So I think she might have been the youngest of the principal cast members. Like Judge Reinhardt's play, as is the case with almost every teenage movie. Judge Reinhardt was like 24, 25 when he made this movie. He's not 18, So they're older than the kids they're playing. So they don't really look like high school kids, with the exception of her, I think.
Yeah, she was born in 1962, so when the movie was made, she would have been 19.
Yeah.
Sean Penn would have been.
He was born in
1960, so he was 2 years older.
So he'd been 21-ish.
And Phoebe Cates was born in 1963.
And by the way,
so she'd be the youngest one, right?
63.
I think he's a little younger than she is.
Wait a minute, did I read something wrong?
The point there is none of them are high school age kids, because you can't make that movie with teenagers.
No.
And by the way, so John just said Sean Penn, which is the first time we have mentioned his name. Spicoli, obviously one of the more famous characters in movie history. So this was the first time I'd seen this movie in quite some time. The relationship that Spicoli has with Mr. Hand this time is easily my favorite part of the movie. In terms of the dynamic between characters. They are so funny together. I mean, it starts at the very beginning when he shows up and he's late. Of course, the famous scene where he orders the pizza. And then, I mean, I think their last scene together is, I mean, it's just it's very funny, but it's also like, hey, you took something from this as well. I thought that Sean Penn, I've never been a huge Sean Penn fan. I've seen him in, I don't know, a handful of movies. I think that he is, like, Kent, where does this rank? I think you might have said last week, you think this is his best performance, right?
Oh, I was kind of joking about that, but it's one of his best.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing about it is, people are thinking, he went full-on method actor after that. No, he was in full-on method actor on this one. Apparently, during the prom or high school dance scene, when they're getting high and then they all roll out of the van, and then he was apparently baked.
Nice.
Can you imagine Matthew Broderick in this role?
Is that who it was supposed to be?
He was originally cast.
Wow.
Or at least he was offered. He was offered, but did not accept. Listen, I'm not saying Matthew Broderick is a bad actor, but there's just, there's something about the way Sean Penn looks. He just has that
owns
look
the
on
role,
it.
man.
And he does. He absolutely
everything
owns
about
the
it.
role.
The way he talks, the way he looks, the way he dresses, the way he acts.
It was really good.
He looks
casting.
high the entire movie.
Well, he probably is.
The entire
Probably was.
Yeah.
But Ray Walston as Mr. Hand.
Oh, he's so funny.
Is so good, because while he's like the only sane person around
in the whole movie.
But yet he's, of course, playing the square, if you will. But he does it in such a way where you actually, normally in these types of movies, that character is like, oh, I can't stand that guy. I can't wait till he gets his.
Exactly.
You don't have those feelings about him.
Nope.
Because you understand what he's going through. I mean, when he's passing out all the different grades and, his F, F, F. What are all you people high? And it just how he goes about things. He doesn't do it over the top.
Yeah.
But it feels believable.
It's like he's playing a straight man in a movie that didn't necessarily need a straight man.
But you know what he reminded me of, Kent? He reminds me of like a teacher where in the moment you're so annoyed by them, and then you get years removed and you're like, man, that was a good teacher. And he really gave us some leeway. Like, that is what that character is. He cares about his students even though they're all idiots.
I would agree with that. And now you guys are not going to get this, but for we older folks, there's a bit, even his casting is a bit of a joke, because what he was best known for was being the title character of My Favorite Martian. And so he was a 60s TV star playing basically an alien who had come to Earth and is living with a family. So, there was some of that. And he was, I guess people don't, so long ago, he was a really good Broadway actor. He got nominated for Tonys and all kinds of
wow.
stuff. So he's a good actor, but he's probably at this point most remembered for maybe My Favorite Martian, but probably most for this movie.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you see his face and you're just like, oh, it's Mr. Hand, and it is. The interaction between those two is it's the funny thing is Sean Penn gets the, he's the title actor, but his role is kind of more on the periphery because it's really about, Jennifer Jason Leigh, Phoebe Cates, Judge Reinhold, and Rat and Damone.
Yeah, it's about those 5
It's
characters.
really about those 5.
But Spicoli shows up and steals the scene every time.
Yeah, and the Spicoli stuff is kind of just like the sidebar, story. But
it's the B or C plot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a very memorable B or C plot.
And you needed that because otherwise then you've got just a standard teen romance kind of thing, right? This way, it's bigger and better. I don't know if you guys noticed all the actors that went on to be famous that had virtually no lines. So you had Nick Cage. Did you see him? Was flipping burgers with when Judge Reinhold was running the burger stand. He was at one of the guys flipping burgers, and he was
but
called
you won't. That's right.
Because his real name, right? In the credits, obviously Forrest Whitaker was the football player gone berserk.
That football scene is so funny.
That was really funny.
And also they play it so well with let's just vandalize the car and make it seem like it's the rival. Such a good moment.
And Eric Stoltz from Mask, among others, was Spicoli's stoner pal, right?
So is Anthony Edwards, which I just realized looking at the Wikipedia page from ER.
Yes.
Yep. And here's the weird one that you guys wouldn't have recognized the name probably, and you had to watch the credits all the way through to get to it. Mrs. Vargas, the blonde woman that gets introduced to him briefly in the party scene or the dance. His name was Lana Clarkson. She's the woman that Phil Spector murdered.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Wow.
Whoa.
I don't know this.
Do you know who Phil Spector is?
No.
Oh, Nick, you're of music. The Wall of Sound?
No.
Oh, wow.
Phil Spector,
famous music producer.
Arranger, whatever of the 60s.
He did Let It Be.
Oh, okay.
The original version of Let It Be.
Yeah.
He murdered this woman in his house.
Oh, no.
20 years ago? 15 years
Yeah,
ago?
03. Good take, Nick. Murder bad.
Yeah, very good.
Hard to argue with that.
Well, that's Clarkson.
By the way, one other, when Brad is delivering the seafood and comes across the beautiful girl in the Corvette, and then she kind of looks and laughs at him because he's still wearing this Long John Silver's hat. Nancy Wilson from Heart. Ann and Nancy Wilson.
That's awesome.
That's Nancy Wilson.
The reason for that is Nancy Wilson and Cameron Crowe, they weren't married yet, but they got married shortly thereafter.
Yeah.
They are subsequently divorced, but that was why Nancy Wilson ended up in the movie.
Yeah.
By the way, the arc of the Judge Reinhold character is so funny because at the beginning of it, he's working at this place at the mall, and he's like the most popular. It seems like he's one of the most popular kids because he has money. And then by the end of it, he hates his life and he hates everything that he has to do. I think because it's like everyone else is kind of going up and he's just going straight down.
His is going right like this.
But he did, he has a good imagination, and for that we should all be thankful.
He does,
and we have kind of bookended Judge Reinhold's career here in the last month.
Yes, we have.
We watched the Beverly Hills Cop movie that is his most recent thing, and this was really his first big movie.
First thing I ever saw him in was Seinfeld. He was the close talker, was he not, on Seinfeld?
Yes. Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Oh, what a character.
Well, yeah, I mean, it still holds up very well.
Oh, yeah, very funny.
I don't know if it holds up very well.
In what ways doesn't it?
Oh, Nick, don't do the thing.
Okay.
Come on.
It's important to bring up.
That's not what holding up means.
Yes, it is. Holding up means you can watch it in any year and it still makes sense contextually within culture.
Yeah.
I think it's a good slice of life or whatever of what the 80s was. I think it's great for that.
Yeah.
But there's language and stuff used.
But that doesn't mean that doesn't have to say that it doesn't hold up well.
Then I guess I'm confused about what the
language?
definition of holding
Well,
up.
I mean, Spicoli drops the F word.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but college Oh, well, okay, but one time.
No, and I get that, but I'm just saying I don't think it holds up because of that, because that wouldn't be it couldn't be done today. That doesn't hold up in today's
right, but I mean
standards of society. That's all I mean by hold up. I'm not saying that it didn't make sense in the 80s. I'm not judging something in the past based off of my current lens. I'm just saying I don't know if that means it. I'm saying just because of that, I'm not sure if that means it holds up.
Well, but when I think of holding up, it's just, is
it still funny?
It's still funny, but it's relatable because even though there's no cell phones, there's no computers, none of that stuff, just the natural human interaction and the awkwardness of, I guess maybe one thing that wouldn't hold up is nowadays kids just swipe left or swipe right and talk to people over the internet versus, actually going out in public and asking for phone numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, just the concept of wanting to take somebody out, exploring sexuality, those types of things. Those are constants that are still in existence today.
It's the human experience.
Let me throw one other one in that resonates differently today than it did up until 3 years ago or 2 years ago, is the abortion subplot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's true.
I thought that was an interesting inclusion for it being so cavalier is the wrong word, but just brought up so casually in a movie that came out at this time, because in the period I grew up in, that was always kind of a taboo thing to even bring up and talk about.
Mm-hmm.
But this movie from the 80s was just talking about it.
What's the other movie from around this time that has abortion as a big subplot? Dirty Dancing or Grease or something? I don't remember which of them. Yeah,
but that was and that was this movie was basically 10 years after Roe.
Correct.
Yeah. So it had become, it had not yet become the politicized issue that it did, has since the movie came out. And
I've never
with the Dobbs decision, in some places you couldn't do that.
No. And like you said, Ken, it would be so politicized that people would think that the director is making an argument for or against.
Correct.
Just by including it in the movie.
I had no idea that this was never not a political thing.
Yeah.
I've always thought it was just because that's the world I grew up in.
Nope.
No, not at this point.
Yeah, certainly not at that point.
I mean, there was always opposition to Roe, right? There was annual March for Life in Washington and all of that, but it wasn't this bitter partisan political fight over. Yeah.
I don't honestly remember, Kent, and not that I was, paying that close of attention, but like if you think back to Reagan Carter, Reagan Mondale, Bush, Bush. I don't remember that being a big debate topic in those.
It wasn't, but that's when it started to get on the political agendas.
Sure.
When the if you want to break it down, when the Republicans embraced the evangelicals and the Christian right, that's what made abortion way more of an issue. And that started with, what was it, Jerry Falwell and those people, Pat Robertson in the 80s, but really sort of geared up mid 90s.
I was going to say, not the midterms in 94.
It turned into a mainstream political talking point.
I would have liked to have sat down and watched this movie with Pat Robertson.
Yeah.
Well, either way, it's one of my favorites, and it's on Netflix. Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Nick?
Well, I feel bad because at the top of this segment, we mentioned how the game is on Peacock, and my next movie is on Peacock. So, Kent, I'm sorry. You might not be able to watch this.
No, he won't be spoiled, Nick. He'll be just fine.
But next Friday is October, which means it's spooky season.
It is.
No.
We have arrived, John.
It's time for horror movies.
Oh, geez.
A movie that I've never seen before.
Okay.
The Blair Witch Project.
Oh, wow. John, have you ever seen The Blair Witch Project?
No.
Do you know what The Blair Witch Project is?
I'm sure it's
an hour and 21 minutes is what it is.
It's I'm sure it had something to do with witches and Blair.
Well, you'll find out. I've only seen this movie once.
You wouldn't. Why would you want to see it again?
Oh, no.
And that's a nice tease for next week.
Oh, my.
It's only 81 minutes, John. Have you seen it?
No, I've never seen it.
Okay. I don't think it's as bad as Kenneth
I've heard
described
good
it.
things about it. I've heard people like it.
I'm saying once you've seen it.
Oh, okay.
There's no reason to watch it again because and I'm not going to give anything away, but once you've seen it, you'll understand why you wouldn't want to watch it again.
Yeah. All right. I'm looking forward to this discussion.
Okay.
Peacock.
Where did you? Oh, Peacock.
I just tweeted out the link.
Peacock. So if the game goes sour in the second half, you have something else to watch on Peacock.
You're on the same app. Just log off the game and flip on the Blair Witch Project.
The little flippy flop. Well, even though Kent doesn't have to work the game tomorrow and is obviously going to wait until the game's over so he can watch the condensed version, he still has to make a pick for tomorrow.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. And he doesn't know what to do. Actually, my great pick was 24-14 Nebraska.
24-14 Nebraska. It's time for Evil Kent.
I could see 52-38 or something like that, probably Nebraska.
The defense continues to falter, but the offense finally gets going. That's a 4-quarter offensive performance.
That's the most points of the season.
People
are complaining about they're not scoring enough. They need to put teams away. Well, I mean, 52 would be a lot now. 52-38. Maybe there'd be like 3 scores in the fourth quarter. It was a blowout. And
there you go.
And then they put the fourth team in.
And you know what? Nebraska still covers.
That's true.
They still cover.
Yeah, they cover.
Hey, we don't have to do the post game tomorrow.
No, yeah. Just win.
Just win, baby.
Yep, we'll be back on Monday.
All right, Kent. Well, enjoy the week.
Watching the game last night, was it? It was Al Michaels last night.
The Cowboys game,
with all the penalty flags.
Well, but the Cowboys game, and there was some field goal or something, and Al's like, there's some people that are very interested in
Yeah, did you watch it till the very end?
I did not.
So when Dallas came onto the field with Aubrey to kick the field goal, if they would have gotten it, Dallas would have been covering. He missed it, though. So now, depending on the line, some of the lines early in the week were 4.5. Dallas won by 5. But if he would have made it, they would have covered the 5.5 that I believe it closed at.
See, that bit isn't as funny anymore.
Al was keeping the viewing public.
Yeah. Well, Al has always been in tune with that, but it seemed a lot more cheeky back in the days when you couldn't bet. Now everyone's betting everywhere, and it's not as taboo. But I'm glad he's still keeping track of it for us.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Al.
Thanks, Al.
And thank you, Kent.
Yes. And
good luck, Kent. I won't drive by your house and scream, "It's 14-0."
That's very nice of you, John.
I can't believe Purdue scored 2 touchdowns in Nebraska.
Wow, you Nick.
And as for the beer in Memorial Stadium, I can tell you 2 things. They would have never put this on the Regents' agenda if it wasn't going to pass. Okay, this is going to happen. Period.
There you go.
Okay, it happened. And the issue they have, I'm something of an expert on this, courtesy of having followed exactly what happened with the Garth Brooks concert, is they can't do taps, as you say, because they don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the lines and all of that, nor do they have a place in the stadium where you could store God knows how many kegs of beer for the stadium and keep them cold. So what you're doing is running in trucks full of canned beer. The issue is the concourses are so narrow, right? You can't just set up like beer kiosks in the middle of the concourses. So you got to try to sell them at some of the concession stands. And then you have the issue of you can't get the beer to where it needs to be.
Right.
There was all kinds of beer that didn't get sold at the Garth Brooks show that was in the stadium, but they couldn't get it from where it was to where it was needed.
Wow. That's crazy. But
I totally believe cans of beer, right? You're all in cases of beer around.
Right. Yeah. This isn't like adding, popcorn where you don't need a place to keep it cold.
Yep. And so you got to run it in on the trucks while it's cold, right? That's the only way. You've got to keep it cold somehow. And there's no refrigeration in the stadium that can keep that much beer cold. Not possible.
What if they just get tubs of ice?
Tubs of ice.
Or coolers.
They could. You know what they need to do? They need to get the guy, whoever the guy was who was always throwing Steve Austin his beers.
Mm-hmm.
That dude had a perfect record. He would always throw that beer right at Stone Cold, and he'd grab it and
get it.
And yeah, I mean, that's the guy they need.
Hey, Dylan Raiola is very good at throwing.
Yeah, but they need him to throw footballs this year.
Too young to hold a beer.
That's true.
He's way too young. He's got like 2 more years or something to go.
That's right. He's just a baby.
Can't believe you're calling Nebraska's quarterback a delinquent, Josh.
Delinquent?
Yeah.
He's allowed to serve beer when he's 19.
He's too young to hold a beer.
No, he's not. Not if you're serving it.
Not if you're a server, you can serve it at 19.
Wow.
Oh, so what? You're going to have Gramstad play then?
Might as well. Or Harburg. That's what people want.
That's what the people want. All right, Kent, have a great weekend.
See ya.
Bye,
Kent.
Kent.
Welcome out. Lincoln Journal Star next week. The Blair Witch Project on.
I was going to pick a horror movie in October too, so I'll see what spooky movie I decide to go with. It was maybe going to be a foreign movie, John. I'll let you love subtitles.
Oh, great.
I love subtitles.
Cool, great.
I know,
awesome.
yeah.
Wonderful. All right. Coming up, we've got games of the week to preview and our keys and our predictions.
Also, an email to read that is sent, I think, with a little bit of tisk at the media that we can read.
It's also
Cool.
One Beer
One of
Friday.
our listeners.
And
And
it
it's
is
a One Beer Friday brought to you by Cross Strain.
On 1620 The Zone.
Couple comments. First, KD writes, to Kent's point about adding beer, could this be a factor that accelerates stadium renovations? This seems like a solid excuse to say we have to do it and use the revenue towards it.
Well, I mean, the plans, apparently there are plans already in motion, so.
Very curious to see what those look like.
One's already being done, so I think just adding beer sales is, I don't think they're related at this point. Because the renovations are going to happen. They just haven't officially announced
No, he's
yet.
saying, though, like you could use this as like, see, we have to do it now for anyone who is frustrated by the stadium renovations in the first place. I wouldn't be surprised if they bring it up when they, make whatever announcement is coming on South Stadium.
Right, but the two ships they're connected, but they're already both moving in the same direction. The renovations are coming.
Yeah,
we know that.
Yeah. And then the tisk was from Zach, and he says, so is nobody going to fill people in on Mazuka going to San Fran instead of going to Purdue with the team? The reason we haven't talked about, we've been busy today. We just haven't had time. But the big reason for me is I don't know what's going on with this situation.
Yeah, and
John, do you have any intel that you'd like to give us?
Nope.
Yeah, obviously something is going on with him and his relationship with the team.
Correct.
So Steve Merrick of Inside Nebraska, he's the one who reported seeing him at the airport, getting on a plane or at a gate. I don't remember the exact vernacular, but it was going to California, going to San Francisco. Obviously, Nebraska famously this weekend is not playing in San Francisco. They're playing in West Lafayette, Indiana. That tells me that his relationship with Nebraska football is, at the very least on thin ice. But certainly if someone were to say, yeah, I don't think he's going to be on the team anymore, I wouldn't be surprised, by that news. That's all I know. I don't know anything else,
As far as I can tell, he's still on the roster.
Yeah.
And the other question is, why would he be going to San Francisco? He's not.
Well, yeah, you told me before the show, right? That's not where he's from.
Yeah, he's from Philly.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, that doesn't mean he can't go to San Francisco, but yeah, it's nothing has been said officially from the university, from Matt Rule or anyone else, and most of the reporters who are
they're on their way.
They're on their way.
They're on their way to West Lafayette,
and there's not typically media access to them until after the game.
Yeah, I reached out to somebody earlier today when the news first started coming down that he was going to California, and I was told, I don't know what cost his flight to California. So, there's I wish I had more. At the very least, I have nothing here right now. Whatever is going on with him and his relationship with Nebraska, it seems to have been on the fritz in recent weeks. Because this is obviously not the first time that something has gone down, but I don't know exactly what happened at practice. I was kind of expecting him back this week, but if he's in a different state, I think that I'm going to be wrong on that.
Well, it'll be something worth watching for tomorrow when the team is out. During warm-ups, I'm sure that folks will be out looking for him.
Oh yeah, that will be a tweet many times over.
Exactly.
Tomorrow.
So and then. Whatever Matt Rule has to say on it, I don't know if it'll be anything that's said on. Does he still do pregame radio? Does he still do an interview on the network?
Yeah.
Either there or it won't be until after the game in the postgame presser.
Jeff asks on YouTube, can you fly direct from Omaha to San Francisco? You can. United has a direct flight, apparently, that left at 7:50 this morning. So I'm guessing that's the one that Steve saw him either getting on or boarding. I don't remember the exact situation. So
I'm sure the guy who is a Micah Mazuka doppelganger is having a good laugh at everyone's expense.
Yeah, let's see. I guess you closed the page. I was going to say, what kind of height and weight are we looking at here? Yeah.
Well, coming up next, we've got a big college football weekend, but right now we have how many pair?
Three.
We have 3 pair remaining. The Caller 4 game was such a hit yesterday that folks were flummoxed. They just couldn't. They were so in awe of how great it was, they couldn't get the questions right. So we still have 3 pair of Vallis Pumpkin Pass or Vallis Pumpkin Patch passes.
And Apple Orchard. What's going on?
What would you like to do? Callers, what, and what?
Ooh, good question. Well, Nebraska has 3 wins, 1 loss. So callers 1, 3, and tomorrow will be their 5th game of the season. 1, 3, and 5.
There you go.
How easy is that for you, Nick?
Some odd numbers.
1, 3, and 5. You get Vallis passes
right now from 1620 The Zone. So this weekend, we've got a handful of games with top 25 ramifications. One of the early ones will be Oklahoma State and Kansas State. And really, this kind of serves as an elimination game, you would think, for playing for the Big 12 championship. Right now, both of these teams are on the outside looking in, thanks to Okie State losing last week to Utah and K-State losing last week to BYU.
Yeah.
So you kind of figure that whoever loses this game is going to need either a ton of help or is just SOL when it comes to playing for the conference title. And these were two of the favorites.
Yeah. And one team loses at home last week, and that's Oklahoma State, in a game that the final score of 22-19, nowhere near indicative of how this game actually unfolded. And the other team, as we talked about with Bill Connolly, there's this weird stretch of football, 28 points scored by the Cougars, and suddenly BYU gets a nice, comfortable win over Kansas State. The story of Oklahoma State football this year is that Ollie Gordon has been unable to find any room. The offensive line is not giving him enough space. He's averaging just 3.5 yards per carry this year, 11 for 42 versus Utah. Utah bottled him up. They bottled that entire offense up last week. It was one of those reminders where you pick against Utah in a game, and then they do that, and you just feel like an idiot for 3.5 hours. And I felt watching that game like an idiot the entire time. Why did I doubt Utah? They didn't have Cam Rising. We talked about it with Todd Furman last Friday. He was like, if they don't have Cam Rising, I actually think this will be a good thing for him. Sure enough, they had a couple of big plays, but for the most part, they just bottled that Oklahoma State offense up. And, Kansas State, they had that nice win a couple of weeks ago on that Friday night versus Arizona. They'll seemingly be licking their wounds. But look, going to Provo is difficult. That's a tough place to play. It always has been.
Yeah,
it was a late game body clock wise as well. They're not used to it, right? New atmosphere, new environment, elevation, et cetera, et cetera. Certainly a must win. The loser of this, you figure is pretty much going to be toast for the Big 12 race moving forward.
Notre Dame and Louisville, and this could be really interesting because Notre Dame comes in. I mean, their offense is predicated on the run. Riley Leonard, great running quarterback, but Louisville has had they have one of the best run defenses in the country, according to Pro Football Focus. They held Georgia Tech to under 100 yards last week. And so really one of the big questions in this one is, if that matchup is a stalemate, can Riley Leonard and Notre Dame move the ball through the air?
There's a lot of people wondering now, in hindsight of the Notre Dame loss to NIU, was he more banged up than we realized in that game? He certainly did not play great. Riley Leonard did not in that one. And, it's been fun watching, some of the Purdue highlights this week. I mean, that's not watching fun, but in terms of talking about this game, it's been nice because I've seen some Notre Dame now, some extra Notre Dame and what they were able to do, and certainly getting him on the move. Look, Louisville is one of the more under talked about teams, I think, in terms of their record the last year in 3-4 games compared to the amount of discourse that surrounds them. Braum, what a wonderful coach, right? And we're seeing the effects of that still felt with the Boilermakers, and we're going to see it tomorrow morning and afternoon. But he has gotten Louisville off to another really good start, and here is a massive opportunity because we think, I'm guessing you and I are in agreement, that the ACC, it is like a bid and a half league. Their over under is 1.5. Is it, and Clemson continuing to have success would help out. Obviously, Miami has been great so far. Louisville is a nice little monkey wrench, though. Big opportunity for them. If they were able to get a pelt on the wall, and I know Notre Dame might fall out of the top 25, or at the very least be at the bottom of the top 25 if they lost this one. But that would be huge for Louisville if they were able to get this win, moving forward their schedule the rest of the season.
And this Louisville offense has been really good this year. They have top 15 offenses in both passing and rushing EPA, and you're going up against a Notre Dame secondary. Of course, Omaha's Xavier Watts, one of those guys, and Notre Dame, really good against the pass, not as good against the run. But you look at this, you look at this from a Louisville perspective, a chance to continue to, improve their resume. And for Notre Dame, it's about staying alive because that Northern Illinois loss is going to hang over them. And with this Louisville game and USC really being the two opportunities for Notre Dame to show us what they're worth against really good competition, this is a must-win game early in the season for the Irish.
100%. We mentioned it earlier. The Florida State game on November 9th is all but worthless, barring a crazy run that Florida State goes on. But this is one of the few opportunities. They need to win, and then they need Louisville to continue to win for them to have a ranked win on their ledger.
It'll be worth a second TV, at least for curiosity, if you're watching Bama, Georgia, which I'm sure most of you probably are. But Illinois and Penn State tomorrow night on NBC, and Certainly, we have a lot of PTSD around here about the Illini.
I love how you asked that question of Bill, because I think that you're right. A lot of us are like, whoa, why are they such big underdogs? What the hell's going on here? We just saw them in Lincoln, and Bill's like, yeah, my numbers pretty much match what the line is.
But one thing that's interesting about this is that Illinois, a lot of single high safety. We saw it last week, trying to use man coverage. And usually this type of defense has been what has caused Drew Aller issues. But this season, Drew Aller's numbers against single high coverage have dramatically improved from 23 to 24. So if that is actually true, and not that Penn State's played anybody really good. I know they blew out West Virginia, but they've kind of turned out to be a paper tiger. This will be a unique challenge. And for Luke Altmaier, a chance to continue to impress some folks. I hear a lot of people talk about Altmaier and say, he's not really that good. Well, according to PFF, he's 18th in the country in FBS grading, or among FBS quarterbacks, according to Pro Football Focus, in their grading system, and has been extremely clean with the football. Now, last week, he threw into a lot of less stressful situations,
wide open guys,
certainly than Dylan Raiola did. So will that continue against Penn State? And with and really the question is, can they keep Altmaier clean? That was what Illinois did. Altmaier was not under duress, but Penn State has top 10 pass rushing grade this year in 4 games, and a couple of really good guys coming off the edge in Carter and Sutton. So protecting him, and if they're able to do that, I think Illinois keeps this one close. I'm a little shaky on this 17.5, and usually Penn State's,
they're hot and cold.
They're very hot and cold. Last week, mega hot, but a couple weeks ago against Bowling Green, very cold. It is a night game.
Yeah, and
usually they play really well at night.
This isn't their whiteout officially, but they are asking fans to wear white, and so it might look like a whiteout, but it is technically not the whiteout game. We'll talk about this more in predictions later. The line is just, it's so stinky that it makes me think that Penn State is actually the side to take in this one, even though I was very much impressed by Illinois. I can't remember who it was that said it this week, but it's like, this is the difference between a top 10 team / program in Penn State and Nebraska, a borderline top 25 team and program at this moment in time. One team struggles, loses in overtime. The other maybe takes care of business and wins fairly comfortably. I am that, like you said, that's the second TV game because, of course, the game of the weekend is Bama, Georgia. But I'm really intrigued to see what this looks like for both of these teams.
The main event is Georgia and Alabama on ABC. And when you consider where Georgia is right now, it's really predicated on if they can get that running game going and make their play action pass working. According to Pro Football Focus, Carson Beck has a 55 passing grade in non-play action, so just straight drop back scenarios. That's below average.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, he was at 88 in those situations. So, he's had kind of a drop-off this season, and it's all predicated again on that running, on the run. Conversely, Alabama, top 7 coverage grade in non-play action passing situations. So if it's a game where Georgia can't run, you're talking about a quarterback that has not been as efficient in drop back situations against a secondary that's been really good when they know the other team is throwing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one side of this argument. The other part is, how well Georgia can get to Jalen Milroe, because as we saw against Wisconsin, when they gave him time, he was able to pick Wisconsin to pieces. Now, Georgia's a better secondary than Wisconsin, but you give any good quarterback time, and we know with his arm and his deep ball accuracy could make things really tough. So it really kind of boils down to, for Georgia, can they run the ball, and can they get pressure on Milroe?
And the other thing that I find really fun about this one from the big picture standpoint is, like, Georgia now represents old guard, and Alabama represents where the sport maybe could be moving. Going
strange,
forward.
But true.
How odd is that, right? Georgia, incredible winning streak in terms of regular season games. They haven't lost a SEC regular season game since 2020. They haven't lost a regular season game since 2020. This is a program that is that is humming in that way. On the other hand, like we just saw them a couple of weeks ago struggle to put away Kentucky. We talked about it with Bill. Bama had a similar game versus USF. It's just that the end score for the Bama win over USF looks very, very comfortable, whereas the Georgia win over Kentucky looked anything but. All week long, I've been wanting to pick Bama. Home field advantage. I think that Carson Beck, I never watched this guy and think that's a dude. But you know what? Georgia is not predicated on having a dude at quarterback. They're predicated on having dudes everywhere else. What a super fun matchup to have on the final Saturday of September. And so the last time they played in the regular season was 2020. Mm-hmm. So the last time they played in the regular season with a normal stadium was 2015. Like, these two teams have met a lot of times in the last few years, but they're either in the SEC championship game or the national championship game. So it's nice to have a non-COVID regular season game between these two programs at one of the full houses. This one is at Bryant-Denny in Tuscaloosa. They'll obviously make the return trip at some point in time. I have no idea when, because it's an 8-game conference schedule, but this is cool. And, DeBoer's first massive game as a Crimson Tide head coach, and it's going to come against the program that is pretty much the gold standard right now in college football.
So there's some of the top games of the week, and of course, Nebraska tomorrow at 11. Don't forget, Big Red Overreaction will be right after the game here on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. And Gary and John Schreiner will be live at Whiskey Fest.
Oh, fun.
So they're going to be out and amongst the people, and hopefully the people will have a celebratory reason to drink and not an angry reason to drink.
Great call, John. Great call.
But they don't have to worry about being angry because Nebraska's going to win. I guarantee it.
Mayo, 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 mayo.
Is what I'm not
I'll try
for.
to overcome these haters next as we get into the happy hour on Friday, and that means one thing: one beer Friday.
Nice.
Brought to you by Cross Train on 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Hey-o, One Beer Friday brought to you by Cross Strain, makers of such fine products as Cornhead, the 1890 lager, which is a supporter of the 1890 initiative, cornheadlager.com. But it's a fine lager from our fine friends at Cross Strain. Nick, what did you pull out of the fridge there?
De pear. It's a golden sour.
Nice.
Pear flavored, I assume.
I am now 2 weeks away from Chicago, which means that I am 3 weeks away.
It's only like an 8-hour drive.
Would you stop it, Nick? From getting to, not if I walk there, to getting to enjoy another beer with my homies. It's nice to finally be back in the studio together. John, put a smile on that face, grouchy boy.
I liked it better when you weren't here.
I missed you. You were so smiley, and now I'm here, and you're no longer smiley.
I'm just tired, that's all. It was a long day. I didn't sleep well last night.
Oh, I hate when I don't sleep
got
well.
up early to, do Jack's show today, and I just
tell Jack to pound some sand, bro.
Wow,
7 days,
no
2
friend
hours.
you are.
I forgot that you're doing that on Fridays. I did that one time last year. I did Jack's show before a game for the tailgate show, and John, I'll rescind my apology.
I would have been fine. I would have been fine if I would have slept last night, but for some reason, I did not sleep last night. Don't know
kept
why.
up because the Cowboys picked up a dub.
I mean, does it count?
Yes, we don't apologize for wins in the NFL.
If you would have been more apologetic last year when you said the exact same thing, maybe they wouldn't have sucked in the playoffs.
No, don't worry. They won't be in the playoffs this year, so no playoffs to suck in this year.
Congrats, Giants, for making it look respectable.
No, it's not that. It's congrats, Cowboys, on
good
being
job,
garbage.
good effort.
Cowboys are so bad.
How did that score happen? I didn't watch the game because I was at the zoo. How did the Giants score 15?
5 field goals.
Oh.
5 field goals. The Cowboys had 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals. Yeah.
That
it was a
math.
boring game, stressful game. Dallas is, and now Mike is going to be out for multiple weeks. Tank Lawrence is going to be out for multiple weeks.
They won't miss Tank.
At least Mozzie Smith was fine. They won't miss Tank?
Yeah.
That's a weird take, John. It's a weird take, John.
At this point, you could get rid of the whole Cowboys defense, and they'd probably be a better defense.
It was odd. They were tackling, and they didn't allow them to rush for a lot of yards. It was very weird. Though every time they show Zimmer on the sidelines, he looks. Remember that picture we had sent to us of of the former Husker coach earlier? Remember that? It's kind of what he looks like now on the sidelines.
Well, on this Friday, as we get ready for Purdue, let's take a look at the series history. It's tied 6-6. The Huskers lead 6-5 since joining the Big Ten. Last year, the third largest win for Nebraska in the series, and it probably would have been bigger if it hadn't been for the obnoxious weird-ass turnovers late in that game.
Seriously, Nebraska dominated that game. They were up 24-0 at one point in time. It got to 24-14, and then they tacked on an extra score at the end.
This series has had a history with high totals until last year, where the total was only 39.5. Purdue and Nebraska had games with closing totals of 54 and above in every matchup of the Big Ten era. Right now it's sitting, I believe, at 48.5, I believe is the total. Over is 4, 5, and 2. And there's been 2 overs and 2 pushes in the last 5 years.
Wow. Interesting.
There won't be a push this year as long as that hook stays there.
47.5.
47.5.
Current line, yeah.
And K Ford's got Nebraska with an 82% chance of beating the Boilermakers.
Okay.
When it comes to the point spread on the Nebraska side, Huskers are 5-5-1 against the number versus Purdue since 2013. Nebraska has covered 3 of the last 4 in the series,
including last year.
This is the first road game that Nebraska has been favored by 9 or more points since 2019 Illinois.
Whoa. That game followed. Did it follow a loss? Maybe it didn't. But that was the game before the Ohio State game. Nebraska fell behind 14-0 early.
And was turning the ball over left and right.
Lots of turnovers. That was the game where Wandale ran between the tackles a lot, if I remember right, as a running back.
And he nearly got murdered on passes over the middle.
Nearly got murdered. I believe J.D. Spielman got stuck pretty hard in the end zone as well, but they had a comeback and they got the victory. They pulled it out to set up College game day in Lincoln the next week, and we won't talk about what happened next.
It's only the second road game that Nebraska has been favored by 9 or more points since 2014.
Wow, I was at that game when they beat Northwestern, and I bet on them, and they covered the spread just barely, holding on to win 24-13.
So, very interesting.
So they're 2-0 in the last couple, and they're 1-1 ATS.
Nebraska did suffer their first ATS loss of this season, and it was a minus 16.5 point differential. Rule against the spread is 7-8-1 with a 2-2 ATS record on the road.
Yeah.
For Purdue.
Boilermakers
are 1-2, both overall and against the number, but their point spread differential is minus 40.5, thanks to the 59-point loss to Notre Dame when they were a 7.5 point underdog.
They were a 7.5 point underdog? Yeah. Good God.
And they lost by 17 last week to Oregon State. They were only a 1 point dog.
Why didn't I put either of those in my pick'em? Damn it.
The Boilermakers are just 1-9 straight up and 2-8 against the spread as 10-point or greater home underdogs the last 10 years. So this has been an easy bet for the opposition.
The one time, very famous game, though, when they beat Ohio State in 2018.
With Rondale Moore going crazy.
What a performance that was.
And at home, the Boilermakers, regardless of the number, are just 3-7 in their last 10 home games against the spread, 6-14 in their last 20 home games against the spread.
Wow.
So the numbers say
take Nebraska.
So
I asked this of Tim Newton. Nice get again, Nick. He joined us yesterday to talk about Purdue. And I asked him a question about their man defense. Now, I don't have the updated numbers, but Tom Fornelli, through 2 games, he had the number of snaps that Purdue was playing man on, 87.8% of their snaps after the Notre Dame loss. Easily the most in the entire country. Second, actually, was Notre Dame, 58.8%. Now, that was as of a couple weeks ago, so we have some new numbers to go into. Right. But it makes me want, and this is not going to be a key, so I just wanted to mention this. Can Nebraska's wide receivers be good enough to beat that type of man coverage? Because when I asked him that question, his answer almost made me think, I wish that they would do something else. And maybe I'm applying my own feelings on it. It's a team, man, that has really, really struggled this year. And I'm going to have some quotes and keys from Tom Dienhart, friend of the Grum, that he gave to Husker Online. This is a chance for Nebraska just to not let them believe at all, to not let them hang around at all, because I don't want to say they want to quit. But, dude, things are bad there right now. Catastrophic was one of the words that Tom used. Things are really, really, and we've been around that before.
Yes,
we've seen bad teams. We've seen bad programs. We've seen September football games where it's like, if they lose this one, all hope is lost. This is a chance for Nebraska. And all, like you said, all the numbers would seem to back up that Nebraska could take care of
And
business.
if there's one thing, if you're being a pessimist boy right now, is Nebraska's gotten off to good starts, right? They've, as we mentioned earlier, they have scored at least 17 points in each of the 4 first halves of the season. which is as much or more than only 4 full games last year. Only 4 times last year did Nebraska, for the game, score more than 17 points. Just 4 times. One of them was against Purdue. They're doing that in the first half. So to your point, if they get on Purdue early, and this is true whether a team's in crisis or not, but anytime you've got an underdog, you want to jump on them early so you take out the pot. You start to eliminate hope.
Yeah.
And while you've got a team that's on the ropes, yes, the game is technically a sellout. There's no more tickets available from Purdue, though there's plenty on the secondary market.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll have a good crowd, but you wonder how many of those people will be in black and gold, given how this season and how the last 2 seasons have gone. How many people will be there in red? And will it be a particularly juiced up crowd, considering it is an 11 o'clock kickoff, and it could be a little rainy? I will double check on the weather, because the forecast has really been rather consistent. I mean, there is certainly a chance for rain throughout the day, but the last forecast we had seen was that the rain chances are actually better post-game than during the game. So taking a look right now, during the game, the rain chances have actually
gone down,
dropped.
That's good.
So
the wind chances are still, it looks like they're in the teens, right?
The wind has actually dropped a little bit, though. The gusts could be in the low 20s with sustained winds between 10 and 15 miles an hour. So it certainly will be windy. It will probably be and that stadium's a little more open than Nebraska's. So how much of the swirling effect you get, having not been there before, I couldn't really speak to that. But in terms of the precipitation chances, it's in the teens to 20s between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m., which is your game window. And then it starts to pick up in the mid to late afternoon. So unless it's a really abnormally long game, I don't think rain is going to be much of a concern. Now, certainly it is going to be raining, or will be raining tonight, but then should clear out, early morning tomorrow and stay that way until you get later in the afternoon.
Another thing, before we get to our keys. So, and this goes back to what you mentioned about the 17 points thing. So Nebraska this year in the first half, and a lot of this, of course, is going to be built into the UTEP score. They've outscored the opposition 96-20 in the first 2 quarters combined. And you obviously have a 28-0 game in there. So you have a 30-7 one. You have a 28-0 one.
Mm-hmm.
But last week, as you said, 17 points, and Illinois had 10. Second halves, though, this season, Nebraska has put up, as I look at the numbers, they've allowed 31 and they've scored 30. So they've been outscored in the second half. And you know what? It's 1 point, but I feel like that kind of tells the story of the season so far. I have no doubt that the offense can move the ball. I have no doubt that the offense can score points. Right now, they are averaging over 30 points per game. They're averaging 31.25 points per game right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're a much different team than they were last year in terms of what they can do on offense. I think we could all agree on that. They have not put together a 4-quarter performance. Dare I say, they haven't put together a 3-quarter performance on offense. It's been hit and miss in a variety of different ways. 0 points in the second half versus Colorado. Just the 1 touchdown in the second half versus UTEP, though it did come on their first drive. Last week, again, they had 17 at the half. They finished with 24 points. They left the final missed touchdown on the field. They were also in the Eckel range or zone or whatever we want to call it when they began overtime. And of course, no points came from that one as well. There's a missed field goal that we know about. So like 4 quarters, putting together 4 quarters of offense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know for sure if they're going to need that tomorrow just because of how bad Purdue has been, but you certainly want to see it. You want to see that they can have a 4-quarter offensive performance just because they haven't done it yet versus any level of competition.
Yeah, I think you do want to see that, and I think you should be able to see that, especially if you get off to the fast starts that you have and Purdue is in the turmoil that they say. I would like to think that this is the type of game where even with backups in there, you should be able to put together 4 good quarters of offense. And I'm not saying you have to, score 35 points in the second half, especially if you have a decent halftime lead, but the type of offense where you watch it and you go, yeah, it doesn't look like these guys are, screwing around or sputtering. in any way.
100%, absolutely. Put together multiple second half scoring drives. That's what you want to do going into the Rutgers game next week.
All right, so when we come back, we will look at our key party, our keys to the game. Still to come, predictions for this weekend of football. And yes, there's a baseball question in there too.
Oh, get that crap out of here like a home run. Get it out of there.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct. Don't forget, you still have time to get your picks in for four-quarter pick'em.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We know that the Liberty App State game has been banged because of weather. They are not going to play that game. It is on the picks. So you still have to make a pick to complete the sheet, but that game won't count.
Correct.
Because that game won't be played.
Correct. But you still have time.
But you still have time to get your picks in, but you have until tonight. So get them in so you have a shot at $2,500.
Boom.
Because the winner gets $2,500. This is week 3. So go do it. Check it out right now. Four-quarter pick'em on 1620thezone.com.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. Another great weekend of football is upon us, and Circus Sports Iowa is your hub for all of it. Many games are just waiting for you right now, ripe for the picking like delicious money apples. Live in-game lines that update every break puts you at the center of the action. Props that make every play more exciting than the last. And of course, tight money line splits that are calculated in Las Vegas specifically to make the lines as accurate as they can be. Let's look at a couple of those lines for this weekend. On the college side, let's check out one of the tight money line splits I mentioned earlier. BYU plus 135 to beat Baylor. If you want some stuff for Sunday in the pros, I think that Vikings plus 124 at Lambeau looks interesting. Of course, these are only a small sampling of a sample of games that you can play with right now. Go ahead and download your new sportsbook that lets you bet like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa and go explore this amazing world that Circus Sports Iowa has set up for you. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
best time at your party. Thank you very much.
We haven't been in studio in so long on a Friday. I had to remember where I put things.
That's true. He's not wrong there. It has been a while since
2 weeks ago he was here.
Such a long time, Josh.
It was 2 weeks.
Yeah, but you're distracting him.
That's not true. By the way, speaking of great distractions, sometimes at work, you're bored. You don't want to do work. I don't ever feel that way because I get to read articles for my job. But if you're someone who wants to kill time, 1620, the email, is the best way to kill time. Nick puts a bunch of stuff in there that you want to watch and read and check out. Not to mention, if you subscribe right now, you'll get that early link for the $25,000 four-quarter pick'em that comes down on Monday.
It's true. You said the word kill a lot there, Josh.
Kill time, Nick. I said it one time.
Twice.
That's just two, Nick.
Put out a poll question. Do you think the Huskers roll?
Yeah.
Huskers win close. Purdue upset. 53% say Nebraska rolls and covers the 10.5.
Uh-oh, they said that last week.
35% say the Huskers win close. 12% call for a Purdue upset.
Let's see what Nick calls for in predictions. Oh, he's definitely going to call for mayonnaise.
Well, he's also an idiot because
nice.
He's
Take that,
rooting
Nick.
For Purdue. So, key party.
Is it me first or is it you first?
You got it.
John, enjoy the appetizers. What do you mean by appetizers? You know what appetizers are. It's the thing before the main course.
Do we want to eat at a key party?
Yeah, why not, Nick? Just wash your hands.
Why aren't there... There's not food at a party?
Yeah, Nick. Just wash your hands or rub it on your leg.
You probably want dry apps.
Sometimes I rub my fingers in like my back pocket when I don't have a
finger
napkin
food
around. Yeah,
finger food.
Anyway, what I'm talking about is early downs, John. Nebraska's offense, 25th early down success rate this year. Purdue's defense on early downs. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
No.
104th.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Nebraska needs to eat. Whether they're at a key party or on the football field, Nick, on those early downs and put the rest of the downs in a good spot so then that they can Luke Skywalker. Nick, what do you think this key means? Luke Skywalker.
Means they should chop off one of their hands?
No, it doesn't mean that.
You kiss your sister?
No, it doesn't mean that. What does that have to do with the football field, Nick?
I don't know.
Find balance with the force. Nebraska needs to find some balance. I know that we have spent a lot of time this week talking about Purdue's rush defense, and rightfully so. 131st, most rushes so far in the country. That's what they're seeing on a game-in, game-out basis. Why? Because they suck at rushing. EPA per play ranks 118th. Teams very much having success at them against a level that ranks 95th in the country. On the other hand, pass defense, it's not like that's awesome either. 50th in the country in EPA per game allowed through the air. They are better at stopping the pass, but this is not a game where I would say run against the wall over and over and over. I heard, one person say today, like, throw the ball 15 times. No, let's get some balance going. Get Dylan going through the air because he's obviously a great passer. I think that what the team does best right now is Dylan throwing the football. But given how bad they are, and given how bad they are on early downs and at stopping the run, find some balance with the force, run the ball, but also throw the ball as well. Speaking of running the ball, key number 3 is tear up the script. And I'm not talking about Star Wars Episode 10. No, there's one area where the Purdue Boilermakers seem to have a notable advantage when you're talking about matchup for them versus matchup for Nebraska. It's when they are running, and it's when Nebraska is defending the run. Had these numbers a little bit earlier. Last year, Nebraska's EPA per rush was 12th in the country. This year, small sample size, yes, through 4 games, 90th. Meanwhile, Purdue's offense in the same category, they are 17th. Illinois, Northern Iowa, they were able to get downhill against Nebraska's defense. Purdue, though, if you look at their most recent 2 games, they have been unable to stick with the script, which is why their starting running back, even though he's averaging 7.7 yards per carry, he only has 36 carries in 3 games. That's because their game script has been absolutely trash because the other teams are scoring on them. They are putting them behind. Keep it that way. Tear up the script for their Purdue offense. Speaking of Purdue, key number 4 is be like Purdue. And you're saying, Josh, you've just spent like 5 minutes talking trash about them. Why would we want Nebraska to be like Purdue? At special teams. Be like Purdue at special teams. 65th in the country, according to Bill Connolly's SP Plus numbers. Pretty much right down the middle. Mid. Nebraska 124th. Basically double what Purdue is. Maybe I'm asking for the world with this one, John. I just want to see something better. Make a field goal, maybe 2. Don't give up a 40-yard return. Normal things. Not asking for greatness. I'm just asking for average. Be like Purdue in terms of special teams. And then finally, and I hinted to this last segment, the key's name is the Atheist Boys. Because, folks, we don't want them to believe. They don't want to believe. They're like that friend of yours. Nick was probably this friend in his small Catholic town in Iowa growing up. Where he's a doubting Thomas, and everyone's like, oh, Nick, that's the atheist that we know at our school. You were that kid, am I right, Nick? Yeah, I know exactly.
It wasn't just a Catholic small town.
Well, it was a small town nonetheless.
He stood outside the Lutheran church and said, I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
They were lying to you for an hour.
Hey, Martin Luther, where's the thing that you nailed up? I'm going to pull it down. In all seriousness, though, this is a team I don't think that wants to believe anymore. I mentioned the Tom Dienhart stuff. Listen to this quote. It's just been a really catastrophic start to the season. I'll be honest with you. I think Ryan Walters is shaken. He certainly looked like it when we talked to him after the game on Saturday. The fan base is shaken, and they're wondering, where are things going to go from here? Does that sound like a group that wants to believe? Absolutely not. Don't let them believe that they have a chance in this game. Don't let them hang around. And by God, no pun intended, do not let them get off to a fast start. Those are my keys.
Okay. Well, for mine, we're going to start with bring the wood and build a fort.
Will they let you? Is that legal to do in the field?
Yes. Early downs are not Purdue's strong suit. Just 121st in early down efficiency. So prepare to come early with an attitude and make the tackle. If you force Purdue into a lot of third and longs, they're going to be in big trouble because they have a below average receiver core that are missing a couple of guys. And they have the worst third and fourth down rate in FBS football. They have converted less than 15% of their available third and fourth downs. Obviously, the longer they have to go, the better. But I think early downs, the other thing, if you have success on early downs, it means they're not able to run it on second and third as often. That's what they want to do. Purdue wants to shorten this game. They want to run it. So success on early downs. Bring the wood, tackling, build a fort, build that wall, some people might say.
Nick would say.
Next key is load them up and move them out. If Hudson Card is the one that has to beat Nebraska, the Huskers are in good shape. Card is not good when facing pressure. And in a perfect world, you'd like to generate pressure with just 4 and drop 7. But going back to the lack of aforementioned receiver talent, I don't know if it's not a bad idea. The blitz percentages have gone up in every game. They're still not blitzing more than 50%, but the blitz percentage has gone from 0 to I think it was in the teens against Colorado and then in the low 30s against Northern Iowa and in the mid 30s against Illinois, if I'm remembering correctly. I wouldn't mind seeing Tony White, if he is going to bring the blitzes early. Try to get off to a fast start and make things happen quick because Hudson Card, when blitzed this year, is just hitting 31% of his passes, and 2 of his 3 interceptions have happened against the blitz. All 3 of his interceptions have come either under normal 3- and 4-man pressures or blitz pressure. So I think he needs to see some pressure in his face, and I think dialing it up early would help. I'd also like Nebraska to show a heavy box against the run, turn up the aggression, and say, you shall not run here.
You shall not pass.
You shall not run.
Like Lord of the Rings. John, you would love that part of the
Lord
movie.
of the Rings.
Back in the day, they don't do it as much anymore, at least.
Say that word from the movie?
Because car commercials are a little different than they used to be. But back in the day, they used to talk about the 5-year, 36,000-mile guarantee.
Oh, yeah.
Bumper to bumper. Well, today, I am proposing the 155 plan. 150 yards, 5 yards per carry.
Oh!
Nebraska does not need to be spectacular, but against this run defense, it needs to be bigger numbers. So I'm saying a goal is 150 rushing yards total and average 5 yards a carry. If you do the math, that's 30 carries. It doesn't really sound that hard. Oregon State's running backs averaged over 6 yards per carry. I don't think I'm asking for a whole lot here. And some might say, only 150 yards rushing? That's all you need with this offense and that quarterback and those receivers. Think of it like pro football. If the average pro football team ran for 150 yards a game,
be awesome.
That's a very productive day.
Yeah.
That's really what you're looking for.
I want more.
I'm not asking for the earth, moon, and stars. I'm just asking for 150 and 5. Next key is the priority is points. Nebraska has had no issues getting up and down the field. Their Eckel rate,
hell yeah,
is 6th in the nation, which is the rate of either big play touchdowns or drives that result in at least a first down inside the opponent's 40-yard line. The problem, though, has been in finishing drives because they're only 76th in points per Eckel. That's my goal for this year, is for everyone to know what an Eckel is.
I love this. I want to get that guy on the show.
Part of this is the inability to kick field goals, obviously, but Nebraska's also been turned away on 3 of their 18 red zone drives this season with no points, and 7 times they have failed to score touchdowns. I think this is a game where Nebraska needs to find their big targets in the end zone. Mr. Banks, Mr. Fedoni, please stand up.
Mr. Banks.
Get some favorable matchups if they're unable to run it. Now, if they're going by the 5 or the 155 plan, I think they should have some success there. But they got to get points in the red zone, and they need 6s. And finally, talk to me.
Oh,
Nebraska was not they were not consistently gashed in the run game. Remember, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter running numbers perfectly acceptable from a defensive perspective against Illinois. It was the fourth quarter and overtime that things got out of whack, and that was only a product of what I thought was poor communication or poor alignment or not being able to get off blocks. If you go to Inside Nebraska, the rival site, Jay Foreman did a breakdown of some of their big play runs in the fourth quarter and overtime. It was not a tackling problem. It was an assignment problem. It was a communication problem. It was guys up front unable to get off blocks, get through their gaps, and disrupt the runner in the backfield. I think the communication has to be better, and the good news is those are things that are easy to fix. It's not a physical thing. It's just a reminder, a mental thing. Talk it over. Make sure you're remembering what you learned in film. Remember your keys. So align, assign, and communicate. Talk to me. And there's my keys.
Good keys, John.
In my key party. So now it's time to actually pick the game. You already know what I'm picking for Nebraska because they're going to win.
You already know what I'm picking for Nebraska because I told you who I want to win.
You want Purdue.
For Nebraska?
Yeah, we know what you're going to pick for Nebraska. Yeah, you're a contrarian, Nick. Contrarian Nick. Atheist Nick. The original contrarian move for Nick.
Our predictions for the weekend are coming up next. It's a One Beer Friday. Hey, get in those picks. Show us a picture of what you're drinking this weekend. And at some point, either tonight, probably tomorrow morning, Nick will crawl into your DMs on Twitter.
Can you imagine that? You're just scrolling through and then suddenly Nick pops out of your phone.
Surprise.
Yeah, but he'll have a $25 gift card to CrossTrain.
I guess I'll take that. I would take that.
You know,
even if he looks at me.
If George McFly would have had a $25 gift card when he was a peeping Tom on Old Lorraine, maybe things would have turned out.
I mean, they did get married.
Well, they did, but only because Marty
had sex at least twice.
Had to play the
three times.
Kids. Oh, they had 3 kids.
That's 3 kids, yeah.
That's only because Marty, played Chuck Berry before Chuck Berry.
Yeah.
Listen to this.
Bingo. That's the line.
I'm so glad that movie was made then instead of today, because I guarantee you someone would have said, very problematic that, it was the white guy that had to show the black guy how to play music.
Look at you. Good job by Woke John. That's a good argument. I've heard this made before.
No, that's a terrible argument, which is why it's a good thing that movie was made in 1985.
Another good reason is it would probably be like a Cybertruck that they would use instead of DeLorean.
It wouldn't be good. Movies aren't as good as they were in 1985.
It wouldn't even work because it'd try to go back in time and it would explode before they could do it.
I think that's the thing, but wasn't that car not even like that cool even back then?
No, the DeLorean was a massive failure.
So it would be a Cybertruck.
No, but that's too politicized, Nick. It would be like a normal car that nobody cares about. It'd be some sedan.
Think about that.
It'd be like the Dodge Dart.
Mm.
Be a Dodge Dart.
Dodge Dart.
I always wanted a Dodge Dart. The commercials were cool. I was like, I could drive a Dodge Dart, but I don't have one.
Predictions is coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
Here we go with predictions for a big weekend of college and pro football.
And apparently a baseball game.
Well, it's not a game, but you'll find out here momentarily. Nick, if you'll run the slideshow, because I have to keep track of the scoring.
Okay. There's the season records right now.
Oh, very interesting.
It's
you
very
guys
close.
left me for dead.
No, we didn't. It was only 2 weeks in.
Man, I'm so bummed because last week my super dog was Vandy, and they almost won.
Big Jim Madsen.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
I'm kicking
Shout
myself
out to
because
Nick.
I thought that was possible. I picked them in the straight up. I should have taken them in the upset special because I felt pretty good about it, and that was
It
one
was an
of
ass
the,
whooping.
That was one of the wildest first halves I've ever seen. I mean, it was just back and forth.
And now I have a beautiful +5 in bonus points next to my
Yeah,
name.
Nick has been on a hot streak when it comes to picking upsets, and
Don't like
that
that.
doesn't even count the Illinois pick of last week.
Indeed.
So when it comes
Indeed
to
it doesn't.
upsets,
Indeed
Nick
it
has been
doesn't.
on a run here in this segment of predictions. All right, we'll start with college football. We got Kansas State and Oklahoma State. Okie State +4.5.
Give me the Wildcats, John.
I've said this many times. It's well documented on this program. I hate Pistol Pete. He freaks me out.
Oh, yeah.
Not as much as Purdue Pete, but
Yeah.
still freaks me out.
You have said that before.
Give me the Wildcats.
Clean purple sweep.
All right.
Maryland is +6.5 at America's team, the Indiana Hoosiers. I'm going with Indiana.
I like Turtles. I've always liked Maryland's uniforms. Give me the Terps.
I like Turtles. I'm going to go with the Hoosiers as well, John. If they're as good as I think that they can be, this is one where they should win fairly comfortably. Give it to me.
Louisville and Notre Dame, this game on at 2:30. The Irish are a 6.5-point home favorite.
Give me Notre Dame.
I will go with the road dog here, John. Give me the road dog.
Ditto, I'm taking Louisville.
Oh.
I think Louisville can keep this close. I think they can win it outright.
Let's go.
The big matchup. Well, before we get to, we'll do it first. Georgia is a 1.5-point favorite at Alabama.
Roll Tide. Give me the Tide. The wrong team is favored. Bama gets it done at home.
I agree.
I also agree.
What?
It's a Crimson Tide sweep.
Boy.
Congrats to Georgia.
Carson Beck, passing yards versus Jalen Milroe. Beck, is this a FanDuel line?
Yes, this is FanDuel.
Carson Beck, 45.5 more passing yards than Jalen Milroe. I'm taking Milroe.
I'm going to go Beck. I think Milroe, some rushing yards.
Give me Milroe.
Milroe it is. The largest lead in this game,
This is
over
creation.
or under 9.5 points.
I made this one.
You said this is creation.
Yeah. Oh,
very good. But creation, Genesis.
Look at you, John. You learned that a few years
I love
ago.
Phil Collins.
Over. A team goes up by 10.
I agree.
Point.
Over.
I'll take the under.
Okay.
To the NFL, the Vikings are a 3-point dog at Green Bay. The battle of the backups who have played well.
They have played well.
Give me the Vikings.
Yeah, I'm going Minnesota. They've looked like next to Buffalo the most complete team in the NFL through 3 weeks.
I hate that I am in agreement with you again, but I like the Vikings. I think the Vikings are going to win this game.
The Eagles are a 1.5 favorite at Tampa Bay. This is tough because you got key injuries on both sides.
You do, man. The Eagles' offense is like a mess right now with some of the guys that are out in this one. And one team's licking their wounds. The other is coming off of a nice comeback win. I'm going to go with the team that lost last week. Give me the Bucs.
Yeah, I'm changing my pick. I was going to go Philly. I'm going to go Tampa.
I guess we're all standing with Tampa.
Oh, that means Philly's going to win.
Gah.
The Washington Commanders are 3.5-point dogs at the Arizona Cardinals.
Nice, Nick.
Thank you. The Commies.
Kyler Murray continues to put down the video games, and the Cards get a nice win this week.
Well,
He doesn't need to urinate in a bottle,
They
John.
didn't get a nice win last week.
No, they didn't. That is true.
Man, there's a part of me that wants to take the Commanders, but I think Arizona at home, because remember, Washington also did not stop Cincinnati last week. And I think they may struggle stopping Kyler Murray. I'm going to go Arizona.
Arizona.
Sunday Night Football features the Bills and the Ravens.
Nick, you're so triggered.
Baltimore is a 2.5-point favorite. I'm going to go with Buffalo.
The Ravens haven't been playing that good this season. This seems like a weird line. Give me the Bills.
They're at home.
That's why I'm going with the Ravens, even though I think the Bills are better.
And on Monday Night Football, the only game on Monday Night Football.
That's not true.
That's fair, though. That's fair. This is fair. I'm okay that the Dolphins game isn't on here.
Nope. Well, yeah, we're not going to include that in predictions, but you can still acknowledge its existence.
No, you don't have to acknowledge
I'm
its
okay
existence.
that it's not.
It's better not
it's
to.
not on predictions. It's fine.
Seahawks plus 3.5 against Detroit.
I like how I spun the line, so he's actually
Seahawks. But they lose. The Lions win. Seahawks cover.
I want the Lions.
Detroit.
Nice.
Weird noise for a
You
hawk
can't
to
do
make.
because the Lions don't go.
No,
What was that?
A lion. Duh.
Now, this may not be decided until Monday during the Grum when the Mets and Braves play a doubleheader. But as it stands right now, the Mets and the Diamondbacks are the last two teams in. The Braves are one game back. Atlanta plays Kansas City this weekend.
Is that happening tonight? Are they playing?
I hope so.
Because of the weather. I didn't know if it had gotten postponed.
I hadn't heard anything.
It looks like they're playing it. Okay.
I forgot to look who the Mets are playing.
Meet the Mets. The Mets are playing
Milwaukee.
The Brewers.
They're playing Milwaukee, who has really nothing to play for. And the Diamondbacks are playing the Padres, who need to win at least one. Need to win one more to clinch the fourth position. So who will be the last two National League playoff teams between the Mets, the Diamondbacks, and the Braves?
Mets, Braves.
Diamondbacks, Braves.
I'm going to go Mets, Diamondbacks.
So nice. So do we get 1 point?
No. It's who you gotta get both right.
It's okay. So it's just 1 point or 0 points.
Yeah.
You can't get
pass fail.
Yeah.
All right.
It's pass fail.
I like it. Let's do it.
Now to the prop bets for tomorrow afternoon's game. Dante Dowdell or Dowdle. You can call him Dowdle.
Well, that's Rico for the Cowboys.
Over under rushing yards, 75.5.
Looks like the outline's getting bigger these days, Nick. Under.
Thank you. Under.
That wasn't a compliment. It was just a statement.
I'm going to go over.
Oh, okay.
John
says, give me that Dowdell.
Oh.
David, it's Devin Maccabee,
It's Devin.
right?
Yeah, it is Devin Maccabee.
It's Devin Maccabee.
Yes.
Did I write it wrong? Or did you write it wrong?
Well, I just copied and pasted from
So
yours.
you wrote it wrong.
No,
John,
you wrote it wrong. Devin Maccabee rushing yards over under 58.5. I think he gets there. Over.
It's such a small number.
I mean, he does have Love back there too, so there's a two-headed running game.
Yeah, but he's averaging almost 100 yards a game.
No.
I'm going to go over, but I don't know. It's just such a small number. It makes me wonder.
I'll take the over.
Okay.
Over sweep it is. Which Nebraska receiver leads the team in receiving yards?
Barney.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Banks. I'm going to be right one of these times picking him. Come on, Mr. Banks. Don't let me down.
I think they'll try to do a better job of covering Banks, so give me a Nair.
Don't let me down.
Will Nebraska make a field goal?
No.
Well, crap. I gave you my score prediction, and it would be very difficult to find one in there, but I'm going to say yes.
I'm also going to say yes.
I'm going to go no.
Hater.
No, it may mean that they don't attempt one.
He was a hater boy. He said,
see you later, boy. Good call, Nick. Trigger.
Upset of the week. Again, any underdog of 7.5 or more points, you get a point for the cover. You get 2 points if they win outright.
Man, I got nothing. What are you going with here, John? Are you going with your Fighting Illini?
I'm going to do it. I'm going to go Illinois. I
don't
don't know if they win. I don't think they win, but I think they cover the 17.5.
Yeah.
So I'm going to play for the point here and take the Fighting Illini plus 17.5.
Give me Northern Illinois. It's plus 8.5.
Man. See, because, John, that was the one that something is stinky about that line. I thought we were going to have that in predictions today. I'm a little surprised that we didn't. There was the one that I found. You know what?
No, what?
No, I was going to go
Chicken
with...
butt.
No, I'm not going to do that. Give me UMass over Miami of Ohio.
Oh.
I don't like the board this week. Don't like the board.
What's the line, please?
14.5.
UMass plus 14.5.
Yeah.
And now to the picks, the game picks. Nebraska, 10.5 point favorite. The total is 47.5, correct, Josh?
That's what it was earlier. I will check one more time as we say goodbye.
The graphic is incorrect. It's definitely not 43.5.
47.5.
47.5.
Nick!
So 10.5.
Sorry. I think that was from last week. I forgot to fix that.
I've said it all week. Nebraska's going to win. I guarantee it. I think Nebraska will cover, and I think the under will hit because, again, Nebraska will probably call off the dogs as they typically do, and it might be a little moist out there.
Moist boys.
I'm going to go 35-10 Cornhuskers.
We have a very similar score prediction, John. I think Nebraska rebounds very well. I think that this is a good team. What do good teams do after they lose? They rebound, they respawn, and I think Nebraska does both of those. I think the offense puts together its best performance of the season. 35-17 Skurs.
So
Wait a minute. Didn't you just say...
Yeah, I know that they're going to make a field goal. I figure it out along the way.
Okay.
I already sent you the score. You can't change the graphic now.
Well, yeah, but you could also say that they don't make a field goal.
Nah, I'm just going to take the odds.
Okay.
I haven't made a secret about how much I want the Mayo.
Oh, yeah, you've told us.
Yeah, because you're rooting for Purdue.
I would really like the Mayo.
Psycho Iowans.
That being said, 24-17 Nebraska.
Wow, Nick Grimm.
You okay? You feeling all right over there?
Nick Grimm's the king of the Andals. All your little sycophants are going to be happy with that pick.
You're welcome, Theo.
Wow. Yes, the one sycophant.
There you go. 35-10 for me. 35-17 Josh. 24-17 Nick.
Maybe they get a field goal and then another field goal and then they go for 2 on one of the touchdowns.
Mathematically it is possible.
Or field goal safety.
Sure, field goal, 2 field. Well, that'd be 8 points.
That would be 8 points.
Still
Never
be
mind.
8 points. Yeah,
I can't do math. It scares me.
Yeah, we know that, Nick. It's like a peacock, which is where the game is tomorrow. Shall we come back and wrap up?
Let's wrap up the Grum and wrap up the week next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
I had a nice burger today at the old mattress factory. Delicious.
Yeah?
A little blue cheese on it.
That was lunch. What's for dinner? Hell yeah. What's for dinner, though, John?
Again, my answer is I don't know.
Shout out to After Hours, which is about to come up after our show tonight. They're on from 6 to 8 when the schedule allows.
Live.
Got a live. They hooked me up with a Cunningham's gift card. I'm going to have Cunningham's tonight.
Ooh.
Yeah. Shout out After Hours.
It's going to be a late night here, so it all just kind of depends on when I get out of here and what's open.
Okay.
Well, you know that place that gives you the poops is open all the time.
Well, there's no
Wait,
place
you're going to be here
gives
that
me
late?
poops. I might be. I don't know.
What do you got going on?
There's, as you know, Dan's not here. So
Dan's not here?
Dan, no, he's getting married.
Dan's getting married?
Yeah, I think he is married now.
Congrats to Dan.
Dan is of marriage now.
Did you know that?
Dan is a married man.
Yeah, there was an email that went out earlier about contributing to his gift.
Yeah, that was like a month ago. I didn't write down the day.
Oh.
Yeah. You knew it was today?
Yeah, but you were surprised that Dan was getting married.
No, I knew that part.
I don't think it's today. He's been gone all week.
Oh.
He's back. Anyway, because of his absence,
You have to
there's
do
a
things?
few more things.
Congrats to Dan.
Yes.
Makes sense why we haven't seen him on After Hours.
Sorry that Josh forgot you were getting married.
Karma, which is the name of one of my friend's dogs, says, curious, possible prop bet. How many games is Nebraska favored in the rest of the season? I think under 2. So if they win tomorrow, they're going to be favored versus Rutgers next week.
Well, as it stands right now,
is Karma a female dog?
Trying to remember what
Amazing.
the K Ford has. They're favored against Wisconsin. They'll be favored against UCLA.
They're in LA. Right now, John, Nebraska would, now this is according to SP Plus, so not K Ford, but they'd be a slight dog against Indiana. But yeah, as you said, they'd still be a favorite in a lot of games. Now, if they lose tomorrow, or if they lose in these games, their power rankings are affected. So I would take the over.
Well, this is what's for dinner, not what's for do I take the over or the under.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point.
Yeah.
We've just hijacked this beautiful segment.
Well, Nick started it by talking about Dan.
Well, but you asked him why he was going to be here late.
You knew that he was getting married today.
I don't know if it was today. It just it was
the
this
way
week.
you responded made it sound like you had no idea he was getting married.
I knew he was getting married. Congrats to Dan.
Yeah, he's been gone all week. I don't know. I don't know if it was today. I think might have been earlier in the week. Maybe he's on the Dan honeymoon.
It's probably the honeymoon. Yeah,
Probably
he's
the
been
honeymoon.
gone all week
I don't
long.
wanna think
It'd be
about
weird
that.
to have like a vacation and then get married on the last day and then go back to work.
I wonder what a Dan honeymoon looks like.
I don't know. I don't want to even think about it.
Maybe that's like fly fishing. He likes to fish.
He's probably
He loves fly fishing.
taking his clothes off.
Again, and that's the thought I have to go into this weekend.
Close your eyes, John.
Jeez.